the status quo did not want Donald Trump in there. Nobody wanted him in there. They laughed about it. And then when it started to become clear that he was a powerhouse, they tried sabotaging him at every turn. And when people started talking like flies, when they realized they couldn't prop up Jeb Bush to take over the mantle like the old days, who did they task to fight Donald Trump? It was little Marco Rubio. And and Marco, I'm not saying he was, completely at fault for this because he wanted that spot, but he absolutely was trying to help sabotage Donald Trump and was hoping that, that the status quo was praying that they could at least keep the normal status quo if they could just get Marco Rubio in there. And that didn't work. Donald Trump ended up winning, luckily. But that's the thing. Nothing like that happened with J.D. Vance. Okay, J.D. Vance didn't have that type of thing. He earned his way up there.
With J.D. Vance, would we be doing what we're doing right now?
Of what?
With J.D. Vance, would we have did what we did in Venezuela?
I don't think so. Well, probably not Iran. Maybe Venezuela. Probably not any president besides Trump would have done.
None of them. Right, and that's the point I'm making, is that when you have a person like J.D. Vance there, these conflicts would have never even been entertained. The whole signal gate would have never happened. He spoke against that. As far as like securing the threats of the Houthis for our allies that are in the Middle East, you can clearly see that there are interests that we have there. Then you're moving towards Venezuela. He's silent on that. They kind of move him out. Then when it comes to Iran, they
by the way about that, Samoa, by the way, do you admit finally now that it wasn't about the drug boats?
Bro, you have this thing about attributing
Come on, you remember that.
Yeah, that's horrible. Whoever thought it was about drug boats?
Well, initially before he got Maduro, remember you did.
No, you're wrong.
Okay.
It was your just a moment. What you said was you were scared, and I used the word purposefully. You were scared that it was going to turn into a never-ending war.
Yeah, I was afraid that it was going to be some sort of thing.
And what I said was, no, the objectives are different. They're using the drug boats as a catalyst to justify how they're sitting in the region for this blockade to seize the oil, the sanctioned oil, and all these types of things to put pressure on Venezuela.
I don't remember how that went at the moment.
Just hold on. If you're taking a position that this is going to be a never-ending war, and I'm saying that it's not going to be a never-ending war, then you can clearly see that what I'm talking about was absolutely accurate in yours.
No. So you're getting ahead of your skis here. So what the argument was, remember, I said, and you got to let me finish here, I said, I don't want this to be a forever war. Clearly, this is not about the drug boats. And you as well as Manfinity, another guy was saying this, that yes, it is about the drug boats. And I was like, dude, these drugs are not even fucking going directly into America. They're going into Trinidad. It's clearly not about the drug boats. It's for something else. For something else bigger. And you're like, no, it's about the drug boats, man. I mean, we just have to wait and see, but it's about the drug boats. I'm like, no, it's something bigger, clearly.
So let me just point this out. Your recollection sucks. I'm saying that... Well, let me just point this out. I'm saying that once they designate certain entities as being, let's say, narco, right? Then it allows you to use certain tools within the toolbox. So if you have to justify the positioning of your military in a certain part of the world by saying, hey, there's drug boats coming here, this is aligned with this justification because of this designation by the state or by the Secretary of State. That's why our naval ships are here. I'm saying that that's the catalyst that they're using, not the actual illness.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. It's clearly it's
not, bro. That doesn't make any. Listen.
Yes, dude. Yes, I was clearly because I was mad about it because I was like, bro, it seems like they're posturing to invade Venezuela. I said I don't know what the aim here is. I said, I don't want this to be a forever war where they invade. It's clearly not about the drug boats. And you're like, yeah, it's about the drug boats. And then later even admit it.
I keep on saying that that's not our position. Whoever the hell was
You gotta let me finish.
Well, you're just repeating the same lie.
Hold on. A couple days later, though, I admitted, I even said, because after they got Maduro and it was fast and we got out of there, and I watched a couple of AI tele videos and stuff, which is really good. I understood that this was a bigger thing. It was about China. It was actually
I wonder who told you that.
AI Telly did a fucking YouTube video.
I told you that. What the?
No, you didn't, motherfucker. You're high as fuck, Samoa. You are not that smart, bro. I know you're smart, but dude, come on. Like, I literally was like, clearly this is not about the drug boats, brother. Come on. Don't you dare. Don't you dare act like you know everything now. Come on. You know you're gonna say that you outed in China? Now you're gonna say you outed in China? Come on.
Hey, bro. With all due respect, bro. Like, there's certain people that are on the level, but sometimes you gotta stop cosplaying. Everybody that understands what's going on understands that Venezuela, Iran are clear, smaller tier countries. They're not on the same level as a China or an America. So every move that we make is to secure our dominance or in our hegemony within our region. This is why they called it the Monroe Doctrine, right? You can clearly see that everything is pointed towards China. We knew this from the very beginning because Trump said so. The hell's going on? This is horrible. Like, how do you not know this, bro?
Samoa. I taught
All right,
you.
brother. Obviously, you're
You
just
gotta
going to be
quit
delusional,
interrupting me, bro. You gotta stop this because if
Well, you
are
gotta stop
so
repeating the lie, bro.
Samoa, if you are so right in your convictions, if you are so smart, let me hang myself by letting me finish. You can't interrupt me because all it does is convolute things. It makes
Brother,
things
you're just
confusing.
repeating the same thing.
No, I'm not.
The boats. That's what you're doing. The boats,
Buddy,
the boats.
What I'm gonna add though, it's crazy, Samoa, since you're so smart. You know how to mute up for a second. You know how to give people an opportunity to say their side here. Unless you're just full of shit and you have to butt in to fill in your stuff. That, to me, it seems like a guy who's not that confident if you have to keep on interrupting me. Because I mute up, let you go. You don't show me the stick.
We're moving the show on. I don't want to hear anyone talk about how you're over talking people and this and that. We want content. We don't want people complaining. This is J.D. Vance failed to negotiate peace. What's next? There's a lot of speakers in the audience here. If you have an opinion, raise your hand and you will be given 30 to 60 seconds to tell us your opinion, how you're feeling, what you're thinking. Look at all these beautiful people here in the audience. It goes on and on and on. We're the number one room on Clubhouse right now. And it's all because J.D. Vance failed to negotiate peace. And we're trying to figure out what's next.
Mom was a Nazi for that. Anyway, sorry.
See, we have Joe Beat down there, a campaign contributor who is the daughter of a former NSA official and herself has worked in counterintelligence and intelligence gathering. We have other beautiful people in the audience I see here.
TC's trying to come up, John. A bunch of people are apparently. Maybe turn
We
off
even have
the
Steve Abell in the audience. I just live streamed Steve's Ask the Atheist onto YouTube. Thank you, Steve, for the incredible content as always. Welcome to the stage, TC.
Bro, I had my hand up for like 5 minutes, bro. This is damn near disrespectful.
My bad. You know what it's like when you're a wedding planner, bro, and you got to take a lot of photos and videos, and you can't eat. You got to wait till everybody else eats, then you lose the contract because you complained.
Yeah, clown, you wish I was a wedding planner. Keep to your antics, bro.
Lay off the HGH, TC. Do you want to talk about why J.D.
Let's talk
Vance
about it. Yeah, listen, J.D. Vance was never empowered to win.
about it? Who said that? That's my favorite guy. He's not here anymore. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, J.D. Vance was never empowered to win in the first place. I don't know why Trump sent J.D. Vance over. Maybe because he's trying to diminish his profile, his political profile for 2028. I have no clue. But He should have sent Marco. He knew sending whoever he would have sent over there would have never achieved a successful negotiation. So what I think he did was he threw J.D. Vance into the fire to take the loss. Because normally, who do you send? Your number one guy, who's Marco Rubio, who's the most talented diplomat this country's seen in a long time. Okay, it's probably going back to the 1950s. But that's what you have. You have J.D. Vance, who's the Vice President of the United States, who initially didn't want to be in the war in the first place, forces him to go and negotiate. You know you're putting him in a losing situation. He's not empowered to win. He goes in, he does the 21 hours, comes out, says, sorry, no deal. It's exactly what Donald Trump wants because he was not interested in a deal in the first place. He's tightening the noose. We're seeing this in this Hormuz Strait by setting up this naval blockade. Effectively, what that does is it delegitimizes the leverage that Iran had over other world economic powers to pay the toll to get past the Strait of Hormuz. You effectively delegitimize that, and now nobody gets through. So it defangs the one polling card that Iran had against the United States. Now Iran has no cards. They don't control the air. They don't have intercontinental ballistic missile systems or any ballistic missiles technology operable right now. Their defense systems are weakened. They've dismantled, America has dismantled their political infrastructure by removing the Ayatollah Khomeini, okay, and his band of thugs. Former president of Iran, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, is gone. All right, so there's effectively no IRGC structure in place to control the fallout of this war. And you've crippled them economically. Now they can't trade with anybody. There's no money coming in. There's no money going out. They are sitting ducks, okay? And Trump has strengthened his hand. Good job to him.
Yeah, hang on.
We'll see what happens in the next 2 to 3 weeks. But
Hang on. All right, no. I don't think so. Because
wait, who are you, dude? I'm going to finish my commentary. Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm here.
What the hell is going on?
shooting ducks.
All right. So like I said, we're not going to have to wait long. This is going to be 2 weeks max. Trump's going to effectively negotiate this ceasefire. Iran is going to scream uncle, and the rest is going to be history. We have effectively dismantled their nuclear program. They will never have nuclear weapons. They're going to have to turn over their uranium that they have, which is like 4 or 5 scuba tanks worth of enriched uranium at this point. And then we'll set up monitoring systems so they can no longer proliferate nuclear options.
Damn, man. Bro,
I want to tell you something, guys. Please shut up.
Wait a minute. Can I respond to that real quickly? TC, man, I'm an American, man, and I love what Trump's doing here.
I'm American too.
Hold on a minute,
Ladies
man.
first. You are not American.
Yes,
You
I
are
am.
not American.
Yes, I am.
Ladies first.
Okay, Mom, let her go. Let's go with ladies first. Marion, but you got 30 seconds. I'm going to time it. Go ahead. You got 30 seconds. Okay, I got your tongue.
Please talk.
Okay, welcome back to the Iran War. J.D. Vance peace deal. Israel, USA news. Raise your hand if you want to come up. Miriam, we're going to give you 15 seconds now. Otherwise, TC Mountain, please complete.
If my mind's fresh here, can I just respond to that, please, while I get a chance?
You got the mic.
I'll be fast. TC, man, we have to be realistic here, man. The North Koreans have some of the most complex tunnel network systems in the world. In North Korea, we know that for sure. Concrete reinforced, have sent over many engineers to Iran over the years and helped the Iranian build vast tunnel networks and concrete reinforced tunnel networks. And the country is twice the size of Texas. So before you say that we got all their uranium, that's not likely true. We're trying to find that right now. Okay, that's why we're negotiating and saying, please give it up. See, there's pictures, and I'll put it in my PTR outside of the Natanz facility. Let me finish, please.
Yeah, go, sir, go. Stop getting me downstairs.
All right. There's pictures outside of the Natanz facility. I'll put it in my PTR of rows of trucks outside. I'm putting it in there right now. And these, on the back of these trucks were casks. These casks, they hold enriched uranium. They can move this enriched uranium, and that's what they did. So they have it hidden somewhere in this country. So before you say mission accomplished, and you know that we destroyed their nuclear, that's not likely true, dude. Unless you you have some fucking advanced knowledge that I don't. But that's definitely not true. That's why we're negotiating it. Also, they're still fighting in a lot of ways because the IRGC is highly decentralized. So it's not over yet, but it's going to take the people. It's going to take the people really to overthrow this country too. It can't just be American military alone can't do it. We've seen this before. Just be realistic. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, Jackson, welcome to the stage. TA, Alex, Obey, TC, Miriam. This is the Iran War. JD Vance, Peace from Israel USA News. If you're in the audience and you want to say something, raise your hand. We will bring you up. I just invited Joe B. Wallace if you want to come up. Always complaining. Any other complainers, come on up and complain if you want. This is the Donald Trump Complaint Department. Well, TC, do you have any other input that you think is of value?
Okay, I want to say something to you guys. Hi everyone, this is Marianne Mo from USA. I'm living in Irvine. And thank you guys for protecting me and save me. But it's too late, guys. It's too late for kiss my ass. It's too late for kiss my ass.
Crazy Iranian.
Okay, well, I want to thank you for thanking us for protecting you. And unfortunately, I don't really like it when people just keep repeating, kiss my ass. So we're moving this conversation along. We're shaking, we're dancing, we're having fun, everybody. Raise your hand if you want to tell us your opinion on this war. What's the solution? What's the conflict even about? Hello?
I want to do a response to TC with a report. I'm mystified. I have to tell you, right now, I don't think that a lot of individuals understand the depth of our situation but it's just more because of misinformation. We really don't have an idea of what's happening in Iran itself. They've destroyed I don't know what side you would blame for it, but the internet is not of usage in many sectors of the country for it. And there are some pieces of information, particularly to foreign news sources. But I don't think people see the bigger picture, and I think we can see the one which is directly in front of us. Our price increases in regard to gas. The fuel affects everything. You know what I mean? Everything, because everything that you use was bought there by some agent that uses fuel. So if it's in the process of saying like what the effects are or where exactly we stand, we can see that one very clearly. On the world stage, there are some countries right now which are in major cities are suffering blackouts because of the lack of oil. Many of them use the oil as needed. They don't really build an infrastructure to hold tons and tons of oil that you're millions of barrels that you'll use each day is not practical. So many of those countries that are dependent on that oil, that affects not only the world economy, but it also affects what's happening in those countries. Well, so it's causing chaos all around the world. And the fact that J.D. Vance, which you can have your own opinions in regard to his political aspirations in regard to that, I really don't think that he has that much chance in this situation for it. Because remember, he was a big anti-war individual. He supported Trump like vehemently on the fact that there'll be no new wars. And here we are. And in that type of situation, for it, I'm not sure he's in the party's grace, and he's definitely not in Megan's grace. So, where do we stand? What happens? And I just think that if people would look at that larger picture as far as the effects not only on you personally, but also in regard to the world, this was not a good decision. It was not a...
Alec, can I ask you a question? What was the highest price that Obama had fuel prices at? I mean, for his national average. I'm looking here. That's $3.96, $3.97 per gallon in May 2011. So when Obama had national fuel prices at that high, $4 a gallon for fuel, were you guys screaming and crying?
Well, no. First, we were just coming out of the situation in regard to the housing prices. Remember that? Do you remember?
Okay, so it's the housing crisis, right?
Well, wait a second. So the economy was actually in recession at that period in which Obama took office.
Mm-hmm. What's crazy about that, though? What's crazy is all these blue states. You can't deny it, dude. You guys love your higher taxes. People are fleeing blue states because you guys make everything higher. Everything. But you cannot sit here and admit that Obama had things higher, too. You're okay with higher priced gas when it comes to green new initiatives. But goddamn it, when we're trying to disarm, a bunch of terrorists from nuclear weapons, now you want to bitch and scream about $1 higher per gallon. I think it's hypocritical, sir. I think they're hypocritical, and you have selective outrage.
Well, Mountain, okay. Well, let's examine this for a more historical basis, okay? So then that way, the bigger picture may give us a little better perspective in the aspects. The United States has actually been playing in the Middle East for the last 50 years. We caused a lot of upheaval, a lot of wars, change of regimes, so forth. So this is not something new. Many presidents have undergone the same type of situation and realized limitations in regard to what can happen in this. This one, we might say, was started by Israel more than the United States, without prudent sort of thought as to possible consequences. But we're serving another agenda. So we're serving their agenda at this point in time. But now we're in a situation where, I don't remember, months ago we said that we had obliterated their nuclear program. Then we came back and said, it wasn't obliterated. They were still, there's enriched uranium. Oh, but wait a second, but they have these other places for it. So why don't we do this? We'll just remove the entire regime. Well, that's funny too, because now the new regime, which we can't tell what's happening in Iran right now, but maybe and possibly is, and all indications are, is the son of the individual whose wife and children we just killed. Okay, so I'm not saying that it's like a victory. I'm not saying that it's something that was a planned situation, but right now I guess it's nothing at all. Because even the vice president can't negotiate some type of agreement.
Sir, are you going to respond to what I said? The Democrats in all their states with their higher taxes, for God's sakes, my parents live in Washington. I live in Montana. And, I'm paying, about $3.70 per gallon right now, which is high, but higher than normal. But they're paying $5 a gallon, man. It's the differences are striking from these blue states. Everything is higher, and that's why the people are fleeing those states. And you're going to sit here and bitch about higher prices when literally Obama had national fuel prices at that high, $3.97 in 2011. 2011, it's 2026, dude. Don't sit here and bitch about your selective outrage now, because you love higher fuel prices when it comes to, like I said, the Green New Deal initiatives, the green initiatives. That's okay. That's okay with taxing, oil companies, their tax credits and getting rid of their drilling permits like Obama and Biden did. That's okay. But now you're bitching about us because we're intervening because what's $1 a gallon higher or so. It's fucking crazy, bro. It's crazy.
It's crazy. Mountain, wait, have you lost your mind? Listen, why are you going on? There is a war. Don't try to put Obama in perspective in regard to this presidency or that one. Don't try to look at it. This is a garbage presidency. This is a garbage. Don't compare those two.
Oh,
Because in the economic situation which was occurring at Ford, all presidents go through cycles of such. You know what I mean? But nobody has increased the budget like Trump, right? No one. Where are we at right now? 37 trillion. Yeah. Okay. So don't give me all that. Don't give me. He passed Obamacare, which in a minute, I guess try to kill it as you may. But and that still is in existence for now. And listen, it didn't cost $1 trillion. It didn't cost $1 trillion. So wait a second. So wait, this individual has passed legislation, and for the last two, this kills me, Julio. Because even if you say that you don't like the Democrats and they're all the blue states, oh my God, the blue states actually pay more of the taxes which are necessary for the federal government than the red states. They actually pay their bill, and that's because of all those taxes and things.
That's
Also, cost of living.
Show me.
What?
The blue states
They don't pay their bill. What are you talking about?
It's just in regard to the taxes which are paid by the state of California, the federal taxes do not exceed exactly what other states can actually pay. Some of the states, such as Mississippi, which for overall revenue issues for it, are not able to pay their overall federal tax. The bill does not compensate the federal government in regard to its overall budget. Is that what you're saying is not true?
That is what I'm saying. I live in the Midwest.
And
TA, why don't you answer Malcolm's question about the oil price, the gas price? You're just slipping around and slicking and trying to get away with it.
trying to hold over. Okay, what's the question?
The question is because you were the one raised about the gas price as a reason for against the war, and the mountain just refuted you. Why don't you answer to that question?
Okay, so the first question in regard to it, as I said, because of our interest in the Middle East, oftentimes it has affected situations in regard to pricing. And oftentimes it may be something that, certain countries decide to hold. OPEC is a very strong agency for the idea. I mean, it's a major currency. Now, there are times in which oil prices increase depending upon overall demand or structure problems in regard to environmental issues as well for, things. But there are times in which the over amount of oil doesn't flow as frequently. It really doesn't matter for the U.S., right? We have reserves, we do shale, we do all of these other aspects that we could supply our need and what we can.
E85.
Yeah, we get all kind of stuff. But it does affect the world market in regard to the price of oil. In this situation, Trump has.
So do what I asked you to do. I said, bring that basket in here, baby. Big girl.
So anyway,
Dude, he was talking to you, TA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you look at it in regard to oil prices will fluctuate, usually by slow numbers, right? What was the oil price in regard to the beginning of the war, and what was the oil price in regard to the next 3 days after the war? In that aspect, for it, Obama never caused you an oil increase in such degrees in regard to, because some supplies.
Okay, but Alex, here's the thing.
This is an amateur conversation. Oil always goes up in wartime. Always.
Well, yes, it's crazy about that. Well, Alex, hold on. You do know that. So Obama and Biden, the reason why fuel prices went up under them significantly was because they are simply unfriendly towards the oil companies. So I'll give you an example. I worked in the Bakken oil field in North Dakota, so I know what I'm talking about. The oil fields, the oil companies, they get credits. They get credits, and basically tax credits that are given to them, because they got huge startup costs. These were wiped out, taken away by Obama and Biden. Also, they have to have permits to drill. These permits, a lot of them were taken away. Pipelines that were in effect, like the Keystone XL pipeline, canceled because these presidents are unfriendly towards oil. When you're unfriendly towards oil, you end their tax credits, you end their drilling, licenses. You make it tougher for them, then oil prices go up. But you don't say nothing, okay? But yes, during wartime, temporarily, we're going to see some increases in fuel, but it's temporary. But the selective outrage with you is fucking crazy, dude. It's crazy. You don't give a fuck to have all these different, like, people are, like I say, running away from those states you're talking about that pay. And New York, California, they're in huge debt. They spend way more than they're taking in. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. My parents live in Washington. They just incorporated in March, what was it, 29th, 2026, they incorporated a 9.9% wealth tax. Or if you make over $1 million a year income, you get taxed 9.9%. That might not seem like a lot to people, but nowadays, $1 million, especially in a state like Washington, is really not all that much. Being a millionaire nowadays, $1 million is really not that fucking much. I'm just, and you say 9.9%, fry me a river, I get it, but it's a slippery fucking slope. And this is what's happening in these states. This is what happens when you have a Democratic leadership, and you're going to sit here and bitch about Donald Trump trying to disarm the mullahs. Whatever, man.
Let me take you back a little. See where you're selected. In regard to, what did Trump say that he would do the first day he got in office?
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine? We worked on that.
He claimed to end the war.
Okay, yeah, that was it. And what else? I'm going to bring down prices. I'm going to bring down inflation. Right? So I'm just saying. So then he, went to work at it. He went to work in regard to the I suppose, implementation of the tariffs. Right? You remember those, the big tariffs to bully other countries in regard to situations forward, to wreck the world economy, just back and forth, like just uncertainty. You remember that? Well, then we kind of get to our situation in regard to the tariffs are unconstitutional. That's illegal. You can't do it. So now we're in a situation in which, was that the economic policy? Because I'll tell you what, the prices that you
illegal if you can't institute tariffs, or is it the fact that you can't institute tariffs because it's illegal? Which one is it, T.A. Alec?
The cost that you suffer in South Dakota in regard to the changing of markets, the uncertainty which occurs in regard to like unstable markets, particularly, remember Trump said, I'll let the oil companies go wild. You can go crazy. You can drill everywhere you want. Give me $1 billion. You got it. Any place you want to go. And in that sense, I would have thought that the oil industry would be doing fantastic, would be doing great in all aspects.
Alex, you got 30 seconds. You got to land your plane. 30 more seconds. Time.
He said drill, baby, drill.
Oh, and I'll land it there because I'm just trying to state facts.
Guys, I just want to
confused. Facts are often confused with opinions. Do you agree with that opinion?
I heard somebody say that facts don't care about your feelings. Is this true? Can anybody help me with this?
But it's also my opinion that many people's facts are just their opinions. Alex, would you agree with that opinion?
I think that if you have an opinion, it should be based in information. I mean, I go with the scientific method, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, look,
it's the power of observation. Okay, then you make a hypothesis. Got it. All right, well, El Normo is here, the surprise guest, ultra-luxury, 5-star clubhouse superhero host of your dreams, to give you the truth, the facts, not opinions. Take it away, El Normo.
Well, our president has said that if they don't open the Strait of Hormuz, he's going to take it, and he's going to rename it the Strait of Donald. He's been putting the name Trump on a number of things lately, and he wants to mix it up to keep people from getting bored, and so he will call it the Strait of Donald.
Guys, I just want to say something.
Big, that's bold, that's huge. Can you imagine how big it is when it gets straight? Jesus.
El Normo, can I say something?
Yes, you may say something, my son.
I'm sorry. Just want to read you something that one of the Iranian parliament member just tweeted a while ago regarding the negotiation, which is related to the room topic. And he mentioned that we didn't achieve the I mean, like the agreement, because they wanted to join the share with Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. And second, they wanted 60% of uranium to leave Iran, and they wanted to revoke the right to enrich in Iran for 20 years. So he mentioned these three things as the main object that they couldn't achieve an agreement on this negotiation, which is related to the room topic I just want to mention.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to teach you a song in Farsi. Is that okay, Por?
Yeah. Go on. No problem.
Parcha me Palestini, poco tu connect.
You know that I'm not the IRGC supporter. I was just mentioning that what is he just tweeted regarding the room topic. I'm not never ever supported these guys. They're lunatic, and I know that you know that I went to one of these guys' room, and I was just thinking to just go over and see what they are really thinking. You know, they count on the people like T.A. Alex. They think that they want to put pressure on Donald Trump to withdraw from the war, and they count really on these guys.
You mean they're weaponizing Americans' impatience?
Yes,
war.
they count on it. Like they think that probably the pressure from inside the U.S. will push Donald Trump to withdraw from the war, and they have this narrative among each other that probably the parliament will not accept Donald Trump to continue to have a war in Iran, and that's why they are still resisting, so that they will reach to that 60 days, and so that they will reach to that point that Donald Trump withdraw from the war.
Some people have called it the enemy within.
Exactly. The IRGC counting about.
I know. It's an old technique. It was even used by the Soviet Union of weaponizing protest movements, anti-war sentiments, even racial conflicts in order to achieve their aims abroad.
You bring up racial conflict because, interestingly enough, after the IRGC is destroyed, reparations are going to be paid to the Iranian people, the victims of the IRGC, in the same way that the victims of Hezbollah and the victims of the terrorists of the Gaza Strip from Yasser Arafat. We're already making plans to take $8 billion from Yasser Arafat's daughter to make reparations to Israelis killed in bus bombings, disco bombings, other terrorist bombings. Reparations is a big
Well, we can't afford reparations for anybody.
also put forward plans to do reparations for Republican Union soldiers who sacrificed their lives to free the African American slaves, because without their sacrifice, there could be no liberation. So reparations for...
The president feels that the 2020 election was stolen from him, and he's asking for reparations.
I thought he won that. I thought he won.
So did he.
And Hanson on the stage. Anybody else in the audience want to raise your hand, give us your opinion, tell us what you're thinking. This is the Iran War JD Vance Peace Room. Israel USA News, like the House, vote in the poll. Should Trump deploy the Marines and the Army to secure the Iranian nuclear materials? Yes or no? Deploy the Marines or no? Just bomb them strategically.
Trump wants to rename the Persian Gulf the Gulf of Trump. Anybody in favor of this?
He's a joker. Y'all are jokers.
I don't understand this. If he closes the strait, they lose business. Nobody can go in and out. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? And if he does rename it, will it update the GPS systems on all the oil tankers coming in to take the oil out? Also, don't forget, Trump has told the world that America is the world's largest oil producer. So bring your ships to the Gulf Coast. Bring your ships to the West Coast. Bring your ships to the East Coast. We will fill them with our beautiful, luscious oil.
And we don't even talk about what we have, air quote, stored and saved. And we don't need to.
So I want to thank everybody for coming. If you're in the audience and you want to tell us your opinion about this war, about this conflict, about Donald Trump, we are here to receive your complaint. Thank you for being here. We hope you have fun. Like the room, follow the mods, and raise your hand.
Also, the management will be accepting wagers on when the war will restart. Please pick a time. Please pick the amount of money you would like to wager. We will have an under-over.
Yeah, so for TA and everybody, if you look at the VZ, the Brent crude oil futures, crude oil price during the Obama administration is $83 per barrel, and during the Trump administration till now is $72 per barrel. So Obama is so much higher. The oil price is so much higher than the Trump administration. So, is that scientific enough for you guys?
I'm going to play a clip for you. This is JD Vance, released 23 minutes ago. Here we go.
Did you say the war will restart in 23 minutes?
The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've been trying to achieve through these negotiations.
Now notice the difference between an affirmative action and an affirmative saying is that action speaks louder than words.
Your nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. We just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible, we were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that, and unfortunately, we weren't able to make a headway. We were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it.
No, everybody always says final and best offer is the first offer. I don't like that. I think that, kind of undervalues possibly the applicant or the applicability of the situation. Anyways, we just heard from J.D. Vance, the number 2 in America, tell us that we are looking for affirmative actions where it's not just talk, and it's not retooling, because we want to know for sure that the Iranians are never going to have the options, the capability to build a nuclear bomb quick enough to pop it off to commit mass genocide and murder and chaos. So, welcome to the room. Please vote in the poll. Follow your moderators. Raise your hand if there's something you want to say. Is there something thinking in your brain? Is there words thinking? Do they want to come out? Do you want to talk about that? Raise your hand. Let's hear it.
Can I say, I think some special forces incursions would be good to secure these things. But we have to know where this shit is. And like I say, man, I've done research on this. We know the North Koreans and the Iranians are really tight. We know the North Koreans have got very good engineers that have, like I said, concrete reinforced tunnels, thousands of them, up to 4,000 we have identified. So they've come over to Iran and for years have helped the Iranians build tunnels just like this. I suspect, and our intelligence agencies suspect, they're in some of these vast tunnel networks. So it's gonna take a whistleblower, or it's gonna take them, admitting where it is. It's gonna be tough, man. But there's some silver lining. If what they're saying is true, they have enough 60% enriched uranium to make 10 or 11 bombs. But that would take them 2 years to get to that 93% enriched uranium to make the bomb successfully. But the 60% enriched uranium they have, they could give it to any of their proxies if they wanted to pull a wild card. And these proxies can hold a whole city hostage by releasing this shit. So, I don't know. The nuclear bomb shit, we have to find it. We have to find the enriched uranium. So that's kind of so. But once that does happen, send in some special forces. I would like special forces instead of conventional forces. Marines are they're special, but they're not known as special forces. If they send in special forces, recon units, you know what I mean, then we can still say, hey, it's not a conventional war. It's a special forces incursion. We want to make sure we still win the optics war here. We don't want the Democrats saying, ha, see, they're sending in troops. Well, yes, but these are special forces, all right? We do that all over the world, so. And that'll be effective, lightning fast. We get the shit, we get it out of there. That's what I think. So.
I'm hearing rumors now that the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps is going to join forces with Palestine and drop exploding Palestinians on Israel. Has anybody heard confirmation of these rumors?
These types of fragmentary weapons are very unstable, and they have to put these propellers and automated machine deployment systems. These fragmentary bombs are a problem. What do you think, El Normo? I mean, these cluster munitions, I was watching a video about how they work, how they're able to actually, supersede, anti-missile defense technologies like the dome system. So what's the solution? Destroy them en masse, or is it a war crime to deploy cluster munitions on civilian territories in the way that Iran is doing it in Israel? And, why aren't we seeing the videos? Is there a blackout on videos in Israel because they don't want to give up delivery and targeting, destinations?
Any truth to the rumor that Iran plans to drop exploding Palestinians on Israel?
This clubhouse room is not all serious, ladies and gentlemen. Some of it's comedy. Some of it is entertainment. And we want you to join the fun, so raise your hand and tell us what you're thinking. I just want to quote Pepe, the world famous clubhouse comedian and artist here. He said, that's my Pepe.
It's the Jews. It's the Jews. Let me add to that, please. It's the Jews. It's Israel. It's the Jews. It's the Zionists. Thank you.
That's not even Pepe's MO as far as the anti-Zionist rhetoric. That's not even his MO, actually. But what is actual is the backbending and backbending coat that our side is just really like, dude, we're trying so hard to hold on to old things. Like, you guys still believe that the Yankees are the greatest baseball team in the world. Like, you just have faith in this system and you just can't. Oh, it's just like one of you guys just tried to own somebody up here because he said what was currently going on is a problem. And you brought up the last regime. You know, were you saying that during Obama? And that's just like a current abusive spouse that's currently abusing the spouse. His defense for his abuse is to say, well, I ain't slapped you around as hard as the last guy did. The point is, we're still getting slapped around and lied to. There is no freaking real threat about nuclear capabilities, just as much as there wasn't any WMDs in Iraq. And you got history pattern in time.
How do you know, Blake?
See that?
How do you know?
The same, just as much as you think you know that they are there.
No, I'm asking you, how do you know there's no nukes?
My answer to your question, just as much as you are to believe that they are there, because you were told
how do you know
they were
what
there.
I believe? I haven't even told you.
I've heard your opinion.
What's
You're
my
for
opinion?
this war.
Tell me
You
what
are
my
for
opinion
this war. You are for this war.
I said, what's my opinion about the nukes?
You're for this war. So whatever excuse that was given for this war, it was.
So I thought
you're not going to catch me, and I'm going to keep it general, and I'm going to end my statement there.
You said that you don't believe there's a nuclear threat, and when I asked you, you said that's just as much as I believe there is one. So what do I believe about the nuclear threat? Otherwise, just tell us what you think instead of referring to me. Go ahead.
Tell me what I think. You think you're trying to dig a little deeper than that. And you're trying to, you're trying to catch your moment to own, but you're not going to get this here.
Okay.
I know just as much as you know about this. That's the point.
Okay, fine. So
on that.
Tell us what you know. Okay, what
I
do
told
you know?
you.
What's
I
that?
told you. I speculate that there are no true threats of whatever Iran has to throw at us.
Oh, you're
It's
speculating.
all propped up.
You have
Just
no
as
knowledge.
much as you. Oh, you got your golden moment. Just as much as you
Wait,
have
what did I speculate?
You speculate that they are a threat. Because you've been told that they are.
I didn't
You've
speculate.
been told that they are a threat.
Hang on. No, I didn't speculate. I cited 3 nuclear sites. Fordo, Natanz, and I think the last one is called Iraq. Are those not nuclear sites?
All right. Have you been to Iraq? Have you been there on the ground?
What was the third one again that I forgot?
Were you on the ground inspecting these sites yourself?
Hang on a second.
Were you on the ground inspecting these sites yourself, or were you told these are the nuclear sites that are a threat to them?
So your only source of knowledge is firsthand. If you don't see it, it
No,
doesn't happen.
what I'm saying is all we have is secondhand, and you believe the current narrative. I don't.
Wait.
So
We're
we
not
are in the
talking
same
about
place.
me. I'll speak for me. You tell us about you. What do you believe?
I just told you what I said, and you wanted to.
No, you said you believe. You said you believe what I believe, but you don't know what I believe.
I said I don't believe it's a threat, and then you tried to go deeper and tried to make a comparison.
What is the basis of your knowledge?
You tried to test the basis of my knowledge. I told you I have foresight, hindsight.
What is it?
We got hindsight and pattern to show, just like the WMDs and every other damn service we've been involved in, and we have enough to say, you know what? I can speculate that I might have to hold on this one. Because, you know, there's a certain, you know, you can use pattern recognition to say, hey, you know what, this time, I think I'm not with this one.
Yeah, Black.
Okay.
Blake, were you on the ground in Iraq?
No, I wasn't. Like I said,
Speaking
I
of
was
hindsight, how did you know there weren't?
How did I know that they weren't?
Yeah.
Where are they? Where are they? Where are they?
On the ground?
Because the same people know. Because the same people know. Because the same authority. Because the same authority who's telling us that there was a problem has already. Because the same authority. Who gave us the idea? The same authority who gave us the idea.
One at a
You
time.
don't believe them, don't you?
You saying George
Bush
Bush
legislators have come out recently and said that there weren't, and they made a mistake.
Well, yeah.
So what are we talking about?
Why do you believe them this time? You don't believe them, right? Why do you believe them this time?
All you gotta do is wag a fucking. All you gotta do is wag a fucking tail, and you're gonna
wag a
chase it like a
thing?
fucking dog.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is wag a dog, and you're just so fucking gullible.
Wagging.
Because it's our side. Because it's our side. No, this is the truth about it. This
Are
one
you
you find
checking
out.
out with your own
Because it's our.
One at a time. Don't yell over each other. One at a time.
Here, we can't be critical because it's our guy.
Hang on for a second. Were you finished, Hanson?
Yeah, no, I'm just asking him.
Biden's dumbass.
Okay.
Let me finish.
That just don't get done.
Yeah, let me finish, all
Okay.
right?
One at a time, guys.
Yeah,
Blake,
so-
I'll bring you up when Hanson is done. Just don't
Yeah,
talk
I'm just
over each other.
simply asking him a question. He said he will only believe his own eyes. I'm just asking him if he had checked the Iraqi ground with his own eyes. That's the question. Second question is, if he hadn't believed the government, what government said, why is he believing the government, what government has said this time? That's all.
Okay. So two questions.
Okay,
Have you
geez.
seen hang on, two questions, Blake. Have you seen it with your eyes?
I
And if
never
you
said
don't believe
that
the
I've seen it.
government. Hang on. If you
His
didn't
question
believe
is
the
invalid because
Blake,
him
listen
asking
to
this
the
question.
Blake, listen to the questions. There's two questions. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, how do you know? And if you didn't believe the government before, why do you believe them now? Go
The
ahead,
same
Blake.
way, the same way that you haven't seen it with your two eyes. So
We're not talking about me. I'm
No,
not
we're
in-
talking
I'm
about.
not in-
That's what I was talking about. So that's what I'm gonna talk about. That
You're
was my
talking
point
about
from the
me?
beginning.
You want
No,
to
I'm
to
talking
be?
about the opinion. I'm talking
Listen.
about the opposing opinions. It's called the opposing opinions. The opposing opinions is people who are for the war and people who aren't for the war. The
Right.
people who are for the war are not speculative this time around. The people who are for the war, who actually support Donald Trump, are now speculative of Donald Trump in the motives of this war.
The most.
So that's all there is. All there is to it. You can't pin me. I'm not no loony land, no fucking crazy left. You're not gonna pin me like Jackson.
I'm just asking you
You're
if you
not
have
gonna be
any
able
facts.
to. I'm saying you don't have facts. That's my
So,
point.
in other words,
You don't have the facts, sir.
wait.
And
It's fair to say
you
you
don't
have
have the
facts.
facts. We're not talking about me. We're talking
Okay.
about the people who support this
So
war.
you're not talking
You
about
don't
you.
have the facts.
Hey, Blake,
Yeah.
Norm, I'm going to drop you if you don't let people finish their thought.
I'm responding to something somebody else said in this room to say something about the current war and to say something about the previous administration. His question and critique was that people would not complain about it when Obama was freaking having the gas prices up. And I'm saying that's a retarded argument because we can just circle that all day long. Hence, test it now. If this was retarded Biden war, our side would be hypercritical and would not be for this war. We have an example to prove it: the war in Ukraine.
So
None of us, most of us weren't for that war.
No facts at all?
You got facts?
Yes.
You got facts? You're on the ground?
Yes.
No, you
Yes.
have. You have stated. You have what you believe you've been told.
Okay, so if I ask
Been
you
told
for
by
facts,
our government.
do you want my facts or your facts? Which facts? You have zero
No,
facts, right?
I have the same thing you've been told, and I'm choosing
Well,
not
no,
to
you
believe.
don't have this. You don't know what
Choosing not to believe
Yeah.
is different than just believing, just because you was told. You were just told
Not
these
to
things.
believe is different than believing. Is what you're saying.
Okay? No.
No?
It's totally different things. Totally two different things, bro. And the end result is the same.
What's the end result?
The end result is us on the ground, people like you and me, we don't know the truth. We think we do, we don't.
Okay. So you know the truth about anything? Or nothing? Is there a war going on? Maybe there's no war. Maybe there was never a war.
Who knows, Norm? I ain't gonna go as far as to try to say that. What I'm saying is, this war ain't what it's about. Having a threat, and we're being told that it isn't. And if you say that it is, you have just as much. And if you say that the threat, the reason we're at war with Iran is because of some threat. That we're preemptively, first one, we're preemptively going in to stop them for something they might do. Then it turned into we're actually trying to assist and help the people on the ground who are being persecuted by their government. Then it shifted to some other shit. Then it became about the Strait of Hormuz, the strait that they closed after we attacked them as a defense for our attack. Because these people,
I thought you didn't believe any of that. I thought you didn't believe any of that, Blake. Which part do you believe and which part do you not believe?
Dude, you can try to cold and hot me all you want, bro.
Have you ever been to the Strait of Hormuz?
What does that got to do with anything?
Well, because
have you ever been a quick trip? Have you ever been a quick trip in Minnesota to know anything about gas stations?
Yeah, well,
have you ever fucking hit a home run in your whole life to know anything about baseball? Like,
yes, I have.
With this retarded logic.
Yes. Well, you said that I wasn't there.
I said you weren't there to inspect. You're not there without any security clearances to be able to get the nitty gritty on what's happening.
That's right. So maybe there's no war going on. They're just telling us that, Blake. What do you think?
I never said that. You did. You said that.
What do you think about that idea? Maybe there's no such thing as the Strait of Hormuz. I haven't been there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No. Yeah.
So how do you know there's a Strait of Hormuz? You've never been there. Do you believe that the Artemis II just orbited the moon, Blake?
Blake is a flat earther. He has never seen the globe.
No?
With his own eyes.
The earth is round, buddy.
How do you know? How do you know? Have you seen the globe yourself?
Have you been to the Earth?
This argument is flat, bro. It's already dead.
Yeah, flat. Exactly.
Now it's
flat.
No, your argument is flat. Your argument is flat. I'm not a flat. You see how you can jump so far to say because I'm on a different opposing side now on this very issue. Just a year ago, you and I would be buddies and hanging out barbecuing with our opinions together because we both agree.
No, you haven't answered my question.
Your question is fucking retarded. You're asking me, do I want?
No,
that is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, that ain't what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, dude, I did not say that. That is not where I came from. What I am opposing is the negative in that. You and I both know just about the same thing.
Okay.
Most of us who are on different opposing sides about this war are just voicing our opinions based on what we think we know and what we have experienced and the experience of it.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking your question. You haven't answered my question. You were the one saying that all you can believe is what you can see with your own eyes. Right?
I just clarified
with that logic.
I never said that. I never said that. You are painting that logic. I'm gonna go repeat it to you one more time, and I just said it.
but you're not going to take it because that's not how you want to get your nut off right now. Your nut off, you're going to have to try this tactic with a crazy leftist. Sir,
Well,
I am a
here's
conservative.
what you
I
are
have voted
the
for
very
Donald
one we're talking about.
3 times. I voted for Donald Trump 3 times. You're not going to win with this logic. You can't have a straight conversation with
using your
because
logic.
you are too busy trying to test my logic, you motherfucker, instead of having conversations.
That's what you said.
You're not, look, I am not a fucking defendant on the stand. I am voicing my opinion just as you.
In what year did you vote for Donald Trump 3 times?
Repeat one more time.
Yes.
You know just as much as I do.
Right. In what
So
year
at the end of it all,
Donald Trump 3 times? Which year?
had 3 elections, you retard. 2016, 2020, and he just won.
Okay.
That's 3 times you get to vote. That's 3 times you can vote for.
2016, 2020, and what?
In his current presidency.
What year was that? What year did you vote for him the 3rd time?
Get elected, Mark. We're about 2 years into his term. When did he get elected, Mark? We're about 2 years into
Why are
his
you
term.
asking me? You said you voted for him 3 times. I asked you when.
So how the fuck did I not vote for him 3 times if he has ran 3 times? What the fuck are you asking?
I said, what are the years that you voted for him 3 times?
Why is...
If you don't know, just say I don't know.
Mark, do you see how retarded this question is?
No. What's the answer?
I'm not giving you the answer. You can check, you can do the deduction yourself.
Is it a secret?
No, it's called
what?
You're being fucking stupid. We are currently in his current administration. He has been in office for almost 2 years.
Okay.
He has done half of his term. So you answer the question, you dummy.
Okay. So you want me to answer the question when you voted? But I didn't see you vote.
I'm choosing not to answer that. I'm clapping back by telling you he's 2 years into his current administration. Can you deduct from there when I voted for him?
I don't think you ever voted for him.
When was I?
I think that's speculative. I don't think you voted for Donald Trump.
Bro, you don't think because I fill up?
Yeah, because I didn't see you vote for him.
Now?
What?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But I got a track record in this. I got a track record that you can use to deduct my position and see that I'm not lying. You'll be able to use pattern recognition. But anybody who knows me,
Please mute up. This is a quick Clubhouse public service announcement. Clubhouse for years has been allowing speakers to come here and not get paid for their content. But now we have the gold coin opportunity of a lifetime. And if you haven't purchased gold coins yet, go ahead and just buy $5 right now. Test out the new features, see what it's like, and send me 1 gold coin, 2 gold coin, 10 gold coin, make it 10, not 11, 10, not 9. If you're enjoying this content in the Trump America house, because these are some very intelligent speakers that have facts, not opinions. And obviously nobody wants to listen to people's opinions. We want the facts. And Clubhouse has given us this gold coin opportunity to send me 10 coins right now. Go ahead. Who's going to be the first? Who in the audience here will send me 10 gold coins that I'll never cash out? Because they already deleted my other cash out account that I set up on Stripe because this app is so progressive. But here in this limited opportunity, we can give you the facts, ladies and gentlemen, not the opinions in this crucial moment in American history, in Iranian history, in Israeli history. This is your gold coin opportunity to have fun. That's the experience we want you to achieve. So if you're having fun right now, put a 1 in the chat. If you're not having fun right now and you want me to shut up, put a 2 in the chat. Okay, everybody, continue the conversation. I am complete. This has been your public service announcement from Clubhouse.
them now, huh? Well, I see there's a lot of twos in the chat for me to shut up. Well, that's not a surprise, is it? Well, this has been a huge... Look how many people are in the audience. You are what's making this conversation possible. The listener. And you have 2 ears and 1 mouth, or as they like to say, mouth. And so we have been discussing the truth of the earth from your birth until your death. And you have to ask yourself, is it worth it to be on Clubhouse, to experience this happening through your cell phone? Is it fun? Are you not entertained? What I think El Normo is trying to get through to you and maybe some other people is that there's this thing called philosophy. It's more of like a thing about life, philosophy of life. Meaning that if you think your opinions are facts, and I ask you, is it your opinion that many people confuse facts and opinion, and you say no? Well, then you clearly don't understand that no one has any facts. It's always tentative. It's always changing. It's always dynamic. It's this thing called life. There's no guarantees. But the only guarantee on Clubhouse is that people are going to complain. And the truth is there's no personal development. There's no real intelligence being exchanged. People aren't even loving one another. They're just fighting one another. So if anybody has any poetry, or they want to play some music and get away from all that politic, well, that's up to you. You have that choice to try to create something new in your own life at this very moment. Hello? T.A. Alex. Trump has no soul. Is that an opinion or is that a fact? Which one is it?
You know I can't speak for that. I mean, how dare you? But you listen, the individual has no moral compass, and I'm just saying that. And so, I mean, you take that for whatever you want.
Look at him and his superior moral compass. His morality is so superior. He's able to judge the president as being immoral.
Okay. Hey, listen, did you just hear about the Pope? Did you hear what the Pope did? I'm just saying morality. I'm a Catholic, so I'm gonna just tell you, we follow the faith. Spiritual leaders usually don't get involved in such small minor matters as war on the front pages anyway. Most of the time for it, it's a country too. It has the right for it. It has an economy. It's ill affected as well. It has a state. So therefore, but at the same time, for the leader of 1/5 of the world's population in regard to the faith said that Pope, He said that this was an unjust war. He said that this was wrong. He said you can't invoke the name of God.
I don't get what the Pope says, dude. Fuck that guy.
Of course,
I'm not Catholic. I'm Protestant. I'm Protestant because we do not care about your Pope has no power, bro. Your popery is shit. We reject your popery and all your shit, dude. So we don't care.
You're not Christian.
You should worry about the sex crimes. You should worry about the sexual abuse.
This ain't a Martin Scorsese film. Come on, Mom.
Yeah.
This ain't a Martin Scorsese film.
Well, really though, honestly, he should worry about the abuses that happen in his church before he starts talking shit.
Yeah,
Okay,
speaking of morality of papery, who led the many crusades against the Muslims? Why don't you ask the question? Where's the crusade?
Nobody's knocking the Vatican, but I did see something interesting, actually, that the Italian government actually invaded the Vatican and ended their, fascist state in, I don't know what year it was. Anyways, it's a long and complicated global history. We're just trying to have fun here, and we're only trying to listen to facts, no opinions. So whenever I hear an opinion, I'm going to hit my opinion wooden drum here, and you'll know that my opinion is that your opinion is an opinion and not a fact. You understand how that game works now? Those are the new rules.
The Jews are running the world. The Jews.
That's an opinion. That's an opinion. Okay, who's going to voice the next opinion?
What about the crusade? Is that an opinion or facts?
It's a historical Catholic. So there will be no wooden dinging there.
You know, the Catholic perpetrated the Crusades and the Inquisitions, number 1 and 2, and the death, I guess you could call it genocide in Africa in regard to disallowing individuals for the use of condoms. Yeah, the Catholic Church did that. You got it.
Fantastic. That's a moral high ground.
Wow, the Catholic Church has done some pretty bad things throughout history. That's shocking news to hear. I didn't know that fact.
What church hasn't?
Well, now you're
particular is pretty big, right? And they make a very bold claim about their authority, don't they?
So, the religious situation for you really can't. That has really no bearing.
Yeah, exactly. But why are you standing on the moral high ground? That doesn't exist.
Standing on the moral high ground because I support the idea that the leader of 1/5 of the world's population decided to say how bad Trump was. Standing on the high ground is just.
How's that high ground when you had all the genocides?
Alex, before he became the Pope, he was the son of a firefighter, and he covered up sexual abuse crimes in the Catholic Church. So I just don't understand why you think this Chicago Pope is holier than Jesus Christ or something. The guy covered up sex crimes. Hello? Why do you think he got the top job? He was the greatest cover-upper, for the pedophile.
I'm sure you recognize the fact that the church is in the process of major settlement in regard to that. And listen, the works of men are
billions and billions and billions and billions and billions. And they got to sell churches and parking lots and build skyscrapers to pay off all that debt from all the fucking sex crimes they did with all those young boys and all those young girls that they were raping and molesting for decades and decades and decades, and then shuffling them around and moving them over there so they can do crimes over there, and then bringing them to the Vatican so they can hide out. Oh my God, it's like a criminal sex network. Hello?
You mean like the Epstein's? Like Epstein's situation? You mean?
Or I mean like a cardinal? Or I mean like a pope who's covering up sex crimes and they got like billions of dollars in settlements. They're Catholics. Catholics. They got the Vatican. They got their own state. They got their own religious fascist dictatorship in the Vatican. It's so beautiful, though. Have you been to Italy? It's so beautiful and so the marble, and it's so luxurious. Oh, they live in such luxury. Pedophiles. Ooh, I love your red gown. It's shimmering, beautiful. Do you have sequins under that? Oh, who's your newest boyfriend? Oh, you're going to San Francisco next weekend? Let's go shopping.
We just finished Lent, right?
Did you lend anybody money? Did you buy any new clothes for the priest?
No, that's not.
Did you sacrifice the child to the altar of Papa-Ray? Light the incense. Somebody light the incense and speak in Latin to me. It gets me aroused. Does anybody here speak Latin? Does anybody have any fragrant? It was Lent? Oh, sorry. Do you want to explain to us what Lent means?
Yes, of course I will. We celebrate the season of Lent. For it's a time of sacrifice. You have to give something up. You know what I'm saying? You have to kind of.
You're shy to my sexual, pederasty here at the Catholic Church. Anybody have any cute children? I went to Catholic Pope school. I'm qualified to teach the teachings of Jesus Christ and play with your children. Is that what the Catholic Church is all about? Is that why they got to pay all those billions of dollars? Billions and billions. It's sexual abuse, lawsuits, personal injury, sexual abuse lawsuits in the Catholic Church with the gay popes, the gay Catholic cardinals, the gay bishops, the gay deacons, the LGBTQs everywhere these days, right out in the open.
Are you done yet? Okay, well listen. history and
let me get my opinion down here.
Okay, go ahead.
When I hear an opinion, I'm going to hit it like that. Go ahead.
Put it on yourself. I appreciate that. Listen, no one can deny the evils that have been perpetrated by men in many different faiths against people. And that is one of the things that, we kind of would hope that people would move towards becoming better. The church evolves like anything else. But remember, too, that these are the institutions that help to build universities and hospitals. The concepts in regard to science and the advancement of civilization.
Medicaid and Medicare for trillions of dollars over 20 years.
You know what?
Scams
For all communications.
never ends.
What's up,
Wait, let me get my opinion now. We heard an opinion now.
Oh, so wait, well, okay, I didn't get the click on mine. All right, so listen, the problem that we have in this situation for it, I think, is people don't really appreciate the history, not only of mankind, but just of what role religion played in it. There's evil people. There are evil people that do evil things all the time, whether it be presidents or popes or individuals. It's all about the power. We all admit that. We all come to the understanding in regard to it. But the thing is to try to find the positive.
You know what? I think I just heard an opinion.
Okay, well, all right, you could say that. And that probably is. But by the historical basis, as I said, the institution serves for a greater purpose, for the idea of community for several millions of people. And that kind of works in regard to times of strife. That helps them to get through situations. It is something that they may lean upon. So, all right, that's all good. Maybe a common thought. Maybe the golden rule: be kind to people, be merciful, be good. Those are the teachings of the idea of the church. It's not so separate the religion from the aspect of what we believe is the faith. And with that being said, too, I think it doesn't take a rocket science to recognize evil when they see it. It doesn't take you tons of information in regard to recognizing what's happening in your world and to use common sense.
I think we've detected another opinion.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay, all right. Well, rocket science, is that what? And it's with that. I oftentimes find myself I'm mystified by people that don't look at the whole picture in regard to the current administration. I'm mystified in regard to that people that don't do the research.
And a projection.
Mystified. It could go to a problem. It's me, so I said I from the beginning. So I'll wear that. Just to the facts. Just to the facts.
Oh, I think we got an opinion coming out of us.
The Pope said that war can't be waged in the name of God. Period. Right, that's why I land with that. It's a fact.
Since you're
just mystifying to others.
Well, since you landed on an opinion, I just want to also land on another opinion. This man here is essentially promoting bullshit, ladies and gentlemen, because he's trying to present to you the opposite of the truth, which is his opinion. I rest my objection.
MTA, you're appealing to authority. That's a false authority you're appealing.
I'm actually going to play for you a little harp here, because basically this is all you just did, Alex, with all your bullshit. Listen. Let me ask you this, Alex. Can you tell us what God's
laws? What do you mean? Like the Ten Commandments?
Let me repeat it for you slowly and clearly.
Please.
Give me your definition of.
I don't think that God actually made a law, did he? We don't have anywhere. I'm not a big blind. Catholics, we wrote the Bible, so I can pretty much tell you, the New Testament anyway. I can't tell you something that would be like, can you? I can get a fact of that.
Catholics wrote the Bible. And as everybody knows, the King James Bible is the best Bible of all, because King James before Allen published it. Wow, that guy could publish like nobody published. The KJV around the world is widely accepted as the greatest, the best, the most glorious of all Bibles ever printed, published, and mass distributed. Thank you, KJV, for that glorious historical book legacy. Wow.
You know, the Guggenheim, which is the first, like, it's written, didn't come out until 800, right? What do you think had on the road?
It's a question. We're trying to get back to the question here, which was, what is God's laws?
Well, okay, let's just go to the Ten Commandments. I suppose that's the quickest reference you could use for it. And really, if you just go to the first one, love God with all your heart and soul. If you did the first one, you probably wouldn't have to ask any questions after the second, or the third, or the fourth. Love one another as I, you know what I mean?
Not 11, 10, not 9. It's not 1. It's 10. It's 10, not 1. It's 10. Don't just say, oh, you just did number 1. Because really, that's just, it's all relative. Whether it's 10 or 9, but it's a total. It's 10 ones, really, right? It's not just 1. It's 10 ones. Oh.
But you asked me what I thought God's law was.
That's laws. What is God's laws?
Well, yeah, I think God's law is to love God with all your heart and soul and love one another. That's it.
All right.
I think that would be the.
That's one here. That's an opinion. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You asked me. In regard to the second part, the Old Testament is filled with a lot of mysticism. There's a lot of mysticism, with the British.
What is it? Mystic and what is mysticism?
Well, mysticism, is a belief in something which by all scientific means is not practical. You know what I mean? It doesn't meet any criteria in regard to being able to test it scientifically or to see what there would be a logical conclusion where it would occur. So when we look at things in the Bible and we say like, oh, the great flood. Okay, what? What, the flood? That's not an opinion.
I asked you what is mysticism and I gave me your opinion. I hit that.
Let me refrain from giving you an analogy for it. All right, my opinion. All right, I'm just saying. I was trying to get it as like an example, but that's what would be considered mysticism. It's just something which is not unbelievable. Put it like that, the simplest word. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Well, can you give me an example of something that's unbelievable?
That's why I said, like the Great Flood. Noah collected 2 animals of each.
Great Flood?
Yeah. Noah, you never read about the Great Flood?
Alex, what do you think the biggest difference is between Moses and Noah?
Moses freed the people, took his people out. Noah, he saved his family. So biggest difference.
One deals with family and one deals with nature.
Yes.
A microcosm and a macrocosm.
Yeah, you could definitely say that. The Bible does provide us with examples throughout. Yeah, that's fine. It's a great book, huh?
Did Noah commit incest or rape in his?
I'm sure there's stories. But you know what? I won't discount the fact in regard to human behavior and what could possibly occur, particularly in regard to culture or in regard to the time periods. There's a lot of freaky stuff.
Are you on this talking age?
I believe in evolution, but at the same time, I'm
Do you believe in evolution? Do you believe in herd evolution?
Some specifics in regard to it's the same thing that comes about with herd immunity. It's in the aspect of that grouping or deceptions in regard to grouping. Does it work for us in all aspects for it or the lone herd? Community is always for humans. It's the essence of simple.
Do you think incest can create mutations genetically?
Yes, without question.
Mutations are a requirement of evolution.
They are, but not in a negative. You don't try.
Let's repeat that, ladies and gentlemen. Mutation is a requirement of evolution. That's an opinion, not a fact,
I would argue that for evolution to take place for it, nature tries new things. It tries in regard to seeing whether some things are, and some things as to whether or not it's a necessary need in regard to the Earth's overall ecological system.
Well, my only point is about when I was in high school in AP Bio, and we were told that mutation is a requirement of evolution. I said to myself, teacher, didn't you see Star Wars when Sith Lord says only a Sith, talks in absolutes? Because that's kind of an all or nothing statement. And it's a bold claim that backs up a theory. So I'm just trying to get to the facts, not the
opinions. Well, I mean, let's say you use scientific method. I mean, use the idea in regard to that conservation. I think that you would see it's likely you can't really explain psychological conditions or conditions in regard to that deal with the genome without really sort of understanding first. We are just diving into that. We're just beginning to understand exactly what that has as possible effect, only within the last 30 years. So when we talk about mutation in regard to it, we know how to make new species of things, right? We know how to make new plants all the time for it. It's simple processes. And we understand too that it all deals with the genes. What if the genes are skewed? What if something happens in regard to, what if there's a chemical imbalance? We don't know what one of those factors may eventually affect an individual to incur autism or to incur mutation in regard to physical form. So that's still science which is being explored. So the fact is, we know that we are not, all these things are not just simply caused because, God said this child will be mutated, or God said that these individuals will be missing a gene or will suffer from sickle cell. God doesn't do that. It is the part of the evolutionary process, which testing things, try them back and forth. Nature selects, man survives. Not opinion.
That sounds like somebody's knocking at that door.
Just saying, Trump sucks.
Well, that's just like your dude. Because for a lot of people, 60 million Americans, they are thankful that he's our president. And it's not even in comparison to Kamala Harris. It's thankful because of his decisiveness, his strength, his courage, his boldness, his patriotism, his love of country. And if you fail to see that, and again, you think this man has no soul. And that's your lack of spiritual understanding that's speaking there. Because this is what I hear in a lot of these, even supposed psychedelic rooms. They all absolutely hate the commander-in-chief. But they're also suffering with pain in their own personal lives. And I gotta say, there's a connection there. Because they use Trump as a projection for their own anger, their own hate, their own frustration, their own anxiety, their own fears. Trump is a catch-all for your personal responsibility, and that's, to me, what a Catholic does. They defer the personal responsibility onto a catch-all like Jesus, a poor Jewish guy that got murdered by the Romans. Rabban Shalom. And everybody who says that it was the J words, not the R words, Jesus Christ, don't you know anything about Christianity? So what we're trying to say is, when you come to Clubhouse to complain, and you think this is a complaint department, it's not the layaway at Walmart. We're not the return section. We don't create these rooms as, customer service agents. We come here as opinion collectors. We're actually the garbage dump, and we run the waste management system here. Kind of like Tony Soprano, and in the end, don't forget, Tony Soprano had a spiritual revelation as he was, having somebody murdered and stealing from his rub job joint. He said, fuck it, do whatever you want. I am complete, and I land my plane.
issues. Maybe. No, you know what? No, the hell with that. I don't have anger issues. I guess everyone has issues. But nevertheless, there's some things which we don't project in regard to our emotions about. Common sense tells us that when something is wrong, right? You're doing your daily life.
So you kind of hit the nail on the head there when you said, you know what? I got anger issues. Because honestly, that's what everybody's dealing with. If you come into a room that somebody else created and they're playing a game with you and you're getting angry that, you're being treated unfairly, you came into the room and you stayed in the room. That's a sadomasochistic, type of mentality where you actually want to abuse yourself. All I'm trying to say is, if you find yourself in a car and you road rage and you drive your car like a fucking asshole and you just rev that engine and you jam those brakes and you honk that horn and you get up on somebody's fucking bumper and you say, motherfucker, if that's how you drive, if that's how you roll, that's a huge problem. You're stupid. Because your car won't last. Why destroy the vehicle? And why get angry because other people drive like fucking idiots, dummies? They're driving their car like they're suicidal. You see what I'm saying? It's self-harm. So this is actually an enlightenment, symposium, an enlightenment education room to use Trump as the vehicle of your salvation, of your liberation, of your enlightenment. Trump can do that for you, but you gotta let go of because you're not up there at the top of the hierarchy. You're at the bottom. You're in the sewer. You're in the gutter of Clubhouse. This is where dreams and opinions come to, it's all just being stored in Salt Lake City at all these data centers they're building. And, nobody at the FBI is going to waste their afternoon listening to your conversation about but the government will keep buying those with all your taxpayer dollars and even borrow to store you see what I'm saying? Alex, you haven't figured out the game yet, bro. This is your moment of coming to Jesus and saying, man, I got an anger management issue I'm still dealing with. And before I even deal with that, maybe I should just save till I can fix my anger. Do you see what I'm trying to say?
No, I think I feel you. I think I understand for it. It's just things trigger me so easily for it. Like Epstein files, they trigger me. And I don't know why. I shouldn't let them trigger me for it. That's my own issues, you know what I'm saying? And it's things like emolument clause violations, he gets a plane and all that, and I'm jealous. I think it must be it. I must be jealous.
When I say the three-fifth compromise, does that make you angry?
No, that doesn't incite me like those other things do.
I'm just being facetious, meaning that we could come up with a list of 100 of your top things that would annoy you, and we could talk about it. But again, that's all just word hypnosis, brother. And Trump does that game. And you fall for it. Everybody falls for that. But that's the boy who cried wolf. You know why the boy who cried wolf works so good? Because every time the boy cries wolf, it's like the first time he ever did it. There's no such thing as boy cried wolf. It's the opposite. Every new communication is a new hypnosis. It reframes all previous communication. And that's why there's no ceasefire, dummy. War is perpetual. War is a lifetime. War is eternal. And if you don't understand what that means, that's because you never read it in a book like I have.
Let me ask you, why are they playing with my emotions like this then? Why? What is it? Isn't that evil? Isn't it evil to say that all these things are...
See, the theory of personal responsibility is that you're actually doing all this. Now, that's solipsistic, but the truth is, in Donald Trump's perspective, he is doing all this, and he actually is doing all this. That's the difference between you and Trump, T.A. Alex. Trump is actually doing this, and you're just observing the actual doing, and you got friction because you ain't actually doing it.
Hi guys, can I have a little objective on the vote?
Let Alex respond. Alex, go ahead. You got 30 seconds, and then we're going to pass the mic to Dr. Basil.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe all these things, I should take personal responsibility. Maybe I do want, the things. I want the billions of dollars that his family is getting right now for it. And I'm jealous. And I want, the world to hate me in regard to it. I want the whole world to just think that, and allies to just run in different directions in regard to when I ask for help. And that's what I want. You're right. So I'm
You live in envy? You actually feel envy? Because sometimes there are times when I see friends or people I know and I see their Instagram and what they're doing with their lives, and I'm a little envious. And I'm maybe a little jealous, but at the same time, I know I got a good book that they ain't got. And they're just eating their weight. They're just fatties. They're living I'm not saying it's not an amazing lifestyle, but they just a bunch of fatties eating all the time, posting on Instagram. That's so boring. Even though they're worth $100 million, living on a private island with their own goddamn coffee plantation. They got fresh coffee in their plantation, T.A. Alex. That's how rich these people are. They got $300 million yachts that cost $45 million a year just to operate. You gotta have $50 million a year just in operating expenses to operate your yacht. Alex, you are envious of the little things in life. We are moving the mic to Basil. Go ahead.
Sorry, because I have interrupted you, but I have a little objective on the vote. I've already said that. I'm not a U.S. citizen, just as a start, but I'm seeing the conversations in Clubhouse or in any part of the social media, whether Trump is good or right, or whether the war is going to a better, let's say, fate, or is he just colliding with the whole U.S. economy and the global economy. But there's a question that nobody is even asking at this point. Is this even moral, the bombing of school children or the bombing of civilians, or even the invasion of Iran and Iraq like 20 years before? I'm not saying is it advantageous for the US or not, but even if it is advantageous for the US as a government and as a citizen, which I really doubt, is it moral?
Is it wrong?
Is it moral? Well, we could define the words, then we could look at the perspectives, and we would get to an equilibrium, Basil. Because on the left or on the right, whether you're on this side or that side, everyone can and will justify their claims. And then we have to have a compromise about the words, and then there could be another escalation of violence that breaks out randomly. There could be secret intelligence operatives planning to do all kinds of chaos. And in war, World War II taught us a very bad lesson about all or nothing victories. That before Germany fell, there's like the Reichstag or something like that. I read an article about some battle. The position changed 15 times or 20 times, meaning that 1,000 people died here, 1,000 people died there, 3,000 died, then another 5,000 died, then another 3,000 died, all to take the position back and forth. It's so crazy. So, Basil, it's a funeral procession, and you are observing funeral rites. And this is a ceremony and a ritual, a human sacrifice on the altar of observation. So when you ask, is it moral? The question is, what are you looking at? How are you spending your seconds? Because you got 2.5 billion seconds to spend, Basil. What are you going to spend it on with your observation, with your conscious attention? How much are you going to get paid per second for your words? Because when you die, many people don't know this. You go before, God in heaven, and God looks at the accounting, does an audit, does some actuarial science, and says, this is how much you earned per second, and these are how many words you used. So it turns out, Basil, that the people who earn the most are actually the biggest talkers, like Donald Trump, or Sundar Pichai, or Tim Cook, or Steve Jobs, who turned into a fruitcake and disappeared and left his wife a $300 billion nest egg to enjoy. You know, you could be the Walton family, and now you can't find qualified workers to fill your warehouse distribution, wholesaling business, Basil. So I hope that answers your question. You have 30 seconds to respond. Welcome to the game.
I'm not very good at debate, and English is my second language. But I think that some, let's say, definitions or terms have been put on a spectrum. Like when I ask someone, is this moral or not? He responds like, you can say it's moral and you can say it's not. And I can, in the other way, respond in reverse. But I think that, like, bombing of civilian, or even the example that you added, World War II. World War II, nobody, at least I know nobody, that claims that the attacker, in this case, of course, the Nazi Germany, is moral in any way, or has any justification to what it did, not just to Jews, but I mean to Poland, to France. You know, nobody had ever mentioned, or at least I didn't found somebody that mentions that there is a justification for the action of Hitler, because I think there's not. And what
Basil, is it your opinion? Is it your opinion, Basil, that there is a definitive World War I and a definitive World War II? And what does 1 + 2 equal?
I didn't get your question. Of course, there's a definitive war.
There's a definitive war, but isn't that just an escalation and a de-escalation? Or if you know mathematics and distribution theory, it's a sine wave. It's an up and down, a crest and a trough, a crest and a trough, a crest. So to say this was the World War I crest and trough period, this is the World War II crest and trough period, and this is the World War III crest and trough period. This is human history. This is the history of violence. Hello?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But hear me out. It is our duty as human beings to, let's say, alleviate this crest and trough and prevent the prevention of the reach, or the reach to this crest and war. Because I told you I'm not a U.S. citizen, but you as a U.S. citizen, let's say, claim to the world that you have, as a citizens, the democratic power to change the leaders and to change the direction of the government and the actions of the government and the consequences. But from the media, from the memes, from the news, I'm not seeing this as very efficient. Yeah, till now, I hadn't seen the Congress accepting or approving, or whatever the political term for it, the war itself. And I can't imagine the president of the most democratic country in the world taking the army and attacking and invading another country without the acceptance of the Congress. That's hilarious, to be honest. And to what extent can the president do? I'm seeing Trump here or there just doing, presidential acts or presidential orders, just as if he's trying his power, you know, if this will work, that will go. If this will not work, that maybe I should find another way for it. I'm sorry for my sluggish language, but I think the concept has reached. Did it?
Yes. You know, if I can answer your question too, I think your initial question as to whether or not this is moral. And you have to remember that the United States has always held itself to be sort of a beacon of morality in regard to world affairs. So the people are somewhat confused. But in actual truth, A war without actual justification or something which is verifiable, something which is what not sort of leaves uncertainty in regard to what its cause is or as to whether or not its objectives for it is, it could never be considered moral. You know what I mean? As Alistair said himself, you know, I mean, the world is constantly at war. World War I and World War II were only a precipice in regard to what we considered international conflicts, all at once, nations building on one another for it. And we learned from those. We learned the detrimental effects to mankind, to society, or to the end, and what the potential consequences. So we also try to become more moral in regard to what it is we did. But we always we protect our interest. We protect our interest in regard to our economy and while making our money here in the U.S. So we like our Waltons and our Gates and our even, I guess, suppose even people like Trump. We have a different value system that also affects sometimes in regard to moral character. And sometimes that may kind of confuse the issue. But the overall with morals, yes, this is immoral war, and we are moral people, and we object to it, at least to that level.
Well, I think we're on the same point. I'm not seeing a very conflicting idea between our talks, and that's cool. But the thing is that I'm not sure if the international law was a bad trial to prevent World War II appearing, or World War. Of course, it didn't prevent. But I'm not sure if it is a bad trial to prevent the crust you have been mentioning, or is it just, let's say, a political arm done mainly by the US, which is the highest funder to all this international laws and international courts and all of this, just to make, I'm not sure, I mean, for example, if an African leader had done a bad act, let's call it that way, that is not moral, he would be immediately, put as a criminal by the court, and his country will be immediately afterwards will undergo sanctions by the international law and the neighboring countries and the allies of the US. But if a European leader did it, it will be even harder. But if a US president did it, this will be, he will never be pointed towards as a criminal.
I'll tell you, our political structure is complicated. It takes time in order to address these issues as far as to, we don't recognize the World Court, which as Trump said, you know, we don't recognize any of the edicts or anything that they issue for the purposes of for it because it's convenient for Trump. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, you can call me a war criminal if you want to, but what you going to do about it? It's that kind of a bully attitude, which a lot of American people seem to like. So yeah, that's what it is in regard to that. But those things change in time. You know, I mean, our system does constantly sort of, it swings back and forth like a pendulum in regard to it, and it's usually fed by discontent. And when that happens when we see major change, you know what I mean? Don't put out the lights yet. It's not all over. But at the same time, Trump is, you know.
Alex, do you know the differences between MAGA and the word metamorphosis?
Well, please enlighten.
Metamorphosis deals with a butterfly and a chrysalis. Every good MAGAT knows that the MAGA larvae is ever crystallizing and metamorphosizing into something new, something more glorious than before its previous incarnation and transformation. So I just love hearing the very juvenile pedestrian use the word MAGA or MAGAT as if they don't understand the word metamorphosis.
Well, let me ask, will this metamorphosis include enlightenment? Or will they still be sort of some like...
Oh, that will be strictly be shunned as foo-foo magic spirituality and mysticism. None of that will be heard, absolutely.
You know, conservatives work to preserve the status quo, but maybe it goes backwards.
favorite ways to use Clubhouse and to experience the experience here is to play music and to read poetry. And if you haven't done that yet on this app, well, let's just say you're probably really boring in the real world. You could have an autistic social anxiety disorder. I don't know. But playing music, reading poetry, those are some of the greatest thrills and joys of life. And prior to this internet hypnosis of the cell phones, and electricity for that matter, families and friends and neighborhoods, they used to read poetry, operas, musicals. They used to perform. Who knows? They had to entertain themselves, right? Then the radio came along and everybody got hypnotized sitting around this fucking piece of wood shit. You listen to the Orson Welles fart and say all this bullshit. Everybody's easily hypnotized, just in the same way that right now, this very moment, you're hypnotized listening to me, because every word I'm saying, every moment you give me the grace of your attention, that means the hypnosis is working. So I want to thank you all for coming to this hypnosis experiment. This has been, as T.A. Alex likes to say, he is a scientist, and he believes in the scientific method of observation, theorizing, and replicating, and proving over and over again that all communication is indeed hypnosis. And as I snap my fingers and you listen to my fingers snapping, you will slowly come out of this. There you are. Dehypnotized, reconditioned for excellence, reconditioned for purpose, reconditioned for glory, reconditioned for war. You'll be more patriotic, stronger, loving of your country and of your commander-in-chief than you ever felt before in your heart, or more than you ever knew possible. If you've been suffering from Trump derangement syndrome for the past couple of years or even decades, and especially if you're from New York and you've always hated him because he was always in the billboard and you never were, well, that's okay. We can help fill your heart up too. We can make you feel love. We can make you feel joy. We can take you and lift you out of your deep depression of despair and anger and liberate you through Donald Trump. Now remember, folks, this is a proprietary liberation theology through the cult of Donald Trump. We are not associated with the Donald Trump administration in any way, shape, or form. This is purely comedy and entertainment, so don't take it literally. That's part of the joke. That's part of the shtick. It's an inside joke, but it's not, if you get my drift. It's just mine. I'm not trying to condition you. I'm trying to hypnotize you, and it's working. Because you've acquiesced to superior intelligence, clearly. I wouldn't listen to somebody hypnotize me unless I thought maybe that person was intelligent, right? But how many people here, day after day, submit themselves to individuals who they willingly know are probably less intelligent than them, and they're not even saying anything intelligent on the app? You could be stupid, but you could read me something which is intelligent, and it would be valuable for me as the listener. But unfortunately, folks, you and I know that this app is a waste of time unless you're being entertained, or you're being informed, or you think a superior intelligence is speaking to you, and it's of value to you, right? But as I just said, and as you are still hypnotized, we know that people come here to listen to people say stuff that's not intelligent, and it's a waste of their time. So clearly hypnosis is all communication. For example, if I say, let me see your right hand, and you give me your left hand, well, that hypnosis didn't work, did it? But if she gives me her right hand, and I grab it in my hand, and I start massaging those fingers, those plump little donuts, and I start circulating the blood around the hand of my beautiful future lover, and she's saying, wow, that feels so good. Are you going to read my palm? I say yes, as I massage deep into the palm, and I analyze her destiny and critique her choices in a pleasant, always inspiring and positive manner. We come to the conclusion that a massage is not just a massage, A massage is a message. It's communication. It's direct touch communication. And all communication is hypnosis. So if you see blonde-haired wigs and red ties and blue suits in your nightmares, ladies and gentlemen, you've been fooled. You've been hypnotized and conditioned and programmed to hate a blonde floating wig, a floating red tie of despair and debt and bankruptcy and war and horrible specter that haunts man's minds. World War III! Nuclear apocalypse! That greatest of all specters when the sun is completely blotted out. If you've ever experienced the sunless life, living in the black darkness of the sky, and you can't see the sun because there's smoke in the air, and you can't sit in suntan for just one day. Oh, the horror of not being able to suntan. Couldn't imagine. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to this still, you have been fully hypnotized, completely and deeply relaxed with the superior intelligence flowing at you, flowing through you, as you play this game of life called Guitar Hero. Ding, 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 ding. See what I'm saying? Life is a flow, and it's coming at you all the time. This app proves that. And the thing is, how do you always hit your marks? How do you always hit your notes? How do you end? How do you enjoy it? That's the big question. Oh, we lost one of our esteemed speakers. That type of flow was probably overwhelming for his consciousness if he was listening to me. Coors, do you have anything you'd like to add to the conversation? No?
No, sorry, man. I was hypnotized.
You were hypnotized?
Hypnotized.
Some people think a burp smells worse than a fart. What do you think?
I have no opinion, man.
You live in an opinionless opinion life. Is that your opinion that you have no opinion?
Yeah, man.
Oh my God.
So, can we go back on the Iran war thing?
What do you want to talk about?
Now I want to know what you think about it.
What do you mean, what do I think about it?
What's your opinion right now?
What is my opinion?
Yeah.
About the war?
About the situation right now.
What is the situation right now? It's always changing.
I think they're back again, bombing each other, I think. But for the best for Iran, I think, because the thing is, the people are still suffering. And if America or Israel don't do anything about this, yeah, the people will stay suffering and in the same situation.
Hussey, welcome to the room. Thank you for that valuable question and input.
What up? So, one thing I gotta say, I don't like the poll. It's like either deployed Marines and nukes. Oh no, the poll's gone. Okay then. Think that takes that. Yeah, guys, what do you think about the No inch. Are you a Democrat?
Poll. There's a new poll in the House. I want to thank everybody for staying here in the room and listening to this Hypnosis Miracles room. Are you a Democrat or a Republican or a Libertarian? Cast your vote now. I'm voting. Oops. I gotta edit it. Oh God, I can't edit it. Oh well, we'll just leave it.
What about people that are not from the US?
Yeah, you can vote in the poll.
Yeah, but I'm not in the US. I don't know about the Republicans, the Democrats, or the Libertarian, or the Libertarians.
Libertarians are basically small government advocates and for non-intervention and for consolidating and optimizing government spend.
Okay. I don't like a big government kind of guy, you know. I want big governments.
You want big governments?
Yeah.
So people, are you Iranian?
No.
Well, people in Iran are complaining about the fraud, and they're saying, they're stealing all our money. And the thing is, every complaint that the Iranians are complaining about against their government are the same complaints that I hear in America, and so I assume that those complaints are universal. We've got universal complaints that so obviously we're all essentially networked into a government which generates a lot of complaints. We have a complaint distribution government. They don't take complaints, they create complaints. So I call it the complainium. Are you accepting personal responsibility in this chain of complaints, sir?
Personal responsibility. Yeah, I think I'm responsible for many things, maybe, in my life. And maybe in my ex's lives as well. My friends' lives. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. I actually have to admit, in my life, I have done things that were in the end, in hindsight, not beneficial for my friends, but actually wasted their time. It's probably harmful to them and me. And, the experiment was a failure. But the thing about being a scientist is that creating new experiments is the joy of science.
Yeah, discovering new things, I guess. Yeah, but I'm European, so in the EU, we we want the government to take care of many things. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's a failure. So if you think about it, I live in Germany, and we have no price caps, on gasoline. So the Czech Republic have price cap on gasoline. And that's why it's much cheaper to tank in Czech Republic than to tank in Germany. Mm-hmm. Do you have price caps in the US?
I'm sure we do in some ways and forms, but maybe it's not explicitly stated.
Yeah, the Czech Republic introduced not a price cap in the sense, but a margin of how much your margin should be if you're selling gasoline or diesel. So that's why it's much more social. Spain as well did that. In Germany we didn't do that, and it's crazy. People can't afford going to work now. So yeah, I guess government could intervene sometimes, and it's good, yeah. So
see, the government could just offer a gas stipend and reimburse drivers, for the next 3 months, and then see how that program works. But they'd have to legislate it,
and distribute the money. And, you know, that's the theory of modern economics, which is just print more money to resolve the debt and the conflict or the junk situation. They just paper it over with new future junk. And that's what a libertarian differs in economic philosophy with, let's say, a Democrat or Republican, because their theory is it's all civilizational, contagion and compromise and combination. So that's unfortunately that's not how you run a business. And if you read a business book to a group of politicians, they will scream at you and say, you're wasting our effing time. But yet, they don't know how to run a business. They've never started a business. They've never run a business. They've never sat at a cash register and warmed up a piece of pizza for 100 hungry college kids. You see what I'm saying? Like, they are just complainers. They have no real world experience, and therefore, they're not fit. And they are not suitable for governance. People, I saw somebody wearing a shirt yesterday that said there is no political solution. The truth is the opposite of that. There's only political solutions. That's what people fail to realize. And so the Iranians, if they're going to play hardball and think there's no political solutions, well, then they're really stupid. And they will get what they deserve then. That's my opinion.
I think like what the Iranians are trying to do is like get a political solution that suits them. So I don't think they're like war is just like a means to politics. So they're trying to hold on so they can like maybe get the political solution they want. And I guess like if the US gets bored of that, they'll just give them what they want and they'll go out. You know?
So
like it's now.
Let me ask you a quick question. Do you think you can teach me a new English word today?
No. My English is not that. What's the name of it? It's not the yellow from the egg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't think you know that. This is a German saying.
So there's this thing on the human body. It's called the tragus or the tragus. It is a cartilaginous flap on the inner ear canal opening. Do you know what they call that in politics? The tragus?
No, what is that?
It's called the ear clit.
Ear clit?
It's called an ear clit. So if you just keep tickling that ear clit with Boy Who Cried Wolf, well, that's all the human brain requires is stimulus. It doesn't even have to be intelligent. You just got to keep playing with that tragus, the cartilaginous flap at the ear canal opening. It is a auricular skin tag. Auricular. It's a new growth of skin and cartilage. It's a sensation of a foreign body. It could be hardened by earwax, but it's called the tragus. That's your word of the day.
Tragus.
Tragus.
Nice. Tragus. Sounds like a tragedy. My God. Chorus, what are you Iranian?
Yes, Uzi. I'm Iranian, living in the Netherlands.
In the Netherlands.
Yes.
My God, the Netherlands. Where do you live in the Netherlands?
Rotterdam.
Rotterdam. I was in Rotterdam last year.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I liked it. Like I kind of went there for like one day, and then like my aunt lives in Nijmegen.
Oh yeah.
I'm speaking that well. Yeah, and it's like I would say the Netherlands is like the most overrated country in Europe.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
so boring. Like it's flat. The whole thing is flat. Why is it so flat? It's crazy. And the whole thing, like when you go, like I went with the car, and when you go like from the autobahn to this, it's like 100 km/h or something like that. In your like highway, it's crazy. Like the downgrade. Like here's one thing I think the government should not intervene with is like speed limit. Speed limit should be there should be no speed limit anywhere in the world, especially on the highway.
I think it's the most taxed country of the world. If you if you see like one of the most.
I'm paying 50% of my salary in taxes. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it's close. It's close. If you see like the gas prices here, it's not normal.
Yeah.
It's like 70% taxed. Like if we pay €2.50 a liter now.
Yeah, us too. It's crazy. Yeah, this is crazy.
It's like $9 a gallon. I think $9 a gallon if you.
It's $5 a gallon in Chicago, but the state of Illinois taxing authority puts on a couple dollars, so it's all environmental tax, and it goes into a general purpose fund, and they're just ripping us off. It's the government is the problem. We need new management.
Yeah, but like the thing is, I'm just like my car has also like is a plug-in hybrid, so I'm charging it right now. So I could drive with it, like, but I'm just driving it in the city, and like I'm taking the public transports like most of the time. Like the public transport is really decent in Europe. You don't need a car. Yeah, it's a nice to have and not like it's more like a luxury thing kind of thing, but you don't need it in Europe. I think like in the US it's different.
Yeah. We'll see. What is your opinion about this war?
This war? Yeah. Dude, we're fucked this war. That's the thing about this war. Like I know I'm maybe here I'm gonna be in the minority, but I think it's a mess. It's not going well. I think also like there's no option of backing down. Like some people saying like just like get out. I don't think there's get out right now. I think like it's gonna take like 2 to 3 years. Like ultimately I think the US will get out because they're gonna get bored. And I don't know, I think like Iran at that time.
Before that, the regime would change before they get bored.
I don't think the regime will change, to be honest. I'm sorry, Peter. Like I think I hope so.
I am planning on that.
Yeah, I hope so. But like I don't think the regime will change, to be honest. I think what will happen is like it will go like 2 to 3 years, and I don't know, until then alternative routes will be found for oil, or the world will just get used to having less oil. Like you could see like the cars are now like don't need that much like gasoline like 10 years ago.
This Kurdish guy is from Hindustan, living in India, living in Netherlands. Why does he use lion and sword? He is like you. You are not from Iran. You are from Pakistan or India. Why do you comment on?
I don't know, dude. Get ask. So, Peter,
you're talking shit, man.
Peter, chill.
Speak Russian. If you are carrying this flag, you should be able to speak Russian. فارسی حرف بزن. بچه خالی من. فارسی حرف بزن اگه بلدی. Can you speak Russian?
What the fuck, dude? I'm not.
You are imposter.
Peter.
No, Iran has no internet. Shut the fuck off. You are nobody to comment on behalf of Iranians if you cannot speak Russian. If you can speak Russian, فارسی حرف بزن.
Peter. He lives in the Netherlands.
You too. You are not also Iranian. You met him. You are also another bastard. None of your business, Iran. Iran means none of your business. Regime change is none of your business.
I'm not Iranian.
Okay, so fuck off.
Yeah. Dude.
پیتر مادر جنده من فارسی صحبت میکنم چی میگی تو؟
Okay.
You still you're living in Netherlands. Bastard.
But he just talked Farsi to you.
It is first word. One word.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's discuss it in person. On going, okay? Farsi harf بزن. farsi harf بزن دیگه.
Peter,
Bastards, you're a bastard.
Lucy, I was talking to you. What is your opinion? How can we end this war?
None of you is end of discussion. Bye.
Peter, bye. I think it's gonna take time. Like, I might be in the minority here, so I think it's gonna take like 2 to 3 years, to be honest. I think also that China and Russia will make sure it takes that long. I think also like the US can't back down right now. Like, there's no possibility to back down because like your allies are being hit the whole time. The ship lane is not open, and I think like the result will be like in 3 years time there will be like frozen conflict or something like that, where there's like some kind of solution, or like Iran loses its leverage, you know, with time, like because like the world will get used maybe to less oil, you know, like things are getting more efficient as we advance in years, so cars will need less gasoline, people can work from home, things are developing, you know, at the same time, so I think like in 2 to 3 years the US will get bored. Iran would be at the time like toothless, so they won't be able to attack that much, and maybe some kind of like solution for the nuclear problem will be like, okay, you can't enrich uranium anymore, and then I'll say okay, but it's gonna take time because like as I see it right now, the Iranians like perceive this war as like fighting for their own survival. They also think like if they now end the war, it will be like they'll be hit again. So they don't trust the US or Israel for all that matters. But like I think the US is like the most important like that you get the US on board. If you get the US, you will get Israel somehow on board as well. And Arab countries might join. I don't think they'll join, to be honest. I think they're too weak to join. Also, I think their armies are for themselves. Yeah, I think 2 to 3 years, maybe, or maybe like the US will get bored of it and like they'll say just whatever, we'll give you what you want, open up the strait. Yeah. But like like Iranians, like the things they're asking right now is just impossible to do. Like no president of the US will accept that. Like it's not about Trump.
Do you think the Middle East would be a better place if there is a regime change?
Yeah. Now? Yeah. Ultimately, yeah. I think so. I think it could become more peaceful, you know. But like you don't know, you know, because like if a worse regime is there, it's I think like at least for the Gulf countries, it would be like if there's like a regime change instantly now, it would be better, you know. it might not be better for the Lebanese right now, but yeah, there needs to be a solution there. Yeah, but like I think maybe like define peaceful as well. Like peaceful for someone is like non-peaceful for another, you know. But yeah, like I think for the West it would be ultimately better if the regime would go. For some countries as well, like I think for Syria it's much better if the regime would go. For many in Lebanon as well. For some in Lebanon, not that much. Yeah, I think the Palestinians are fucked anyway, like because like they're just proxy, like yeah, sadly, you know. And yeah, but I think like ultimately, yeah, it would be ideal if the regime just would fall, but like I don't think it would fall, to be honest. And yeah, I think if the regime falls, the other countries will need to make sure that Iran is not strong anymore, you know. So, and they're gonna have to like put some influence inside Iran to make sure that, yeah, Iran becomes like neutered or something like that. Yeah, because I don't think that Iran will get any weapons like they did in the Shah time. Yeah, that's my 2 cents. I talked a lot. I'm sorry, guys.
Thanks, Lucy. Thanks.
What do you think, Chorus?
Yeah, I think it's necessary that there comes a regime change, and it's hard to say because I think that the 80% has to come from America and Israel, and the last 20%, the people of Iran will have to do it. And yeah, because without any weapons, they cannot maintain it, and it's hard for them right now. And yeah, and you said like it's gonna take 2 or 3 years. I think it's too long. I don't think that it's gonna last that long, this war. If we see now what's happening and the deals that are broken, I think it's not gonna happen. I think it's we have to hope that it's like a few months or maybe in weeks, but yeah, years I don't think. I think yeah, we need the help of the U.S. and Israel. Otherwise, the people are cooked, and the regime change is best for all in the Middle East, and also the proxies that are happening. All of 47 years of investment of the IRGC is paying the price, and that has to stop right now. It has to stop. And yeah, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic, and I hope that the rest of the world also sees that it's yeah, evil regime that has to change. And for us, all Iranians, diasporas that are everywhere in the world, yeah, we want to go back. We want our country back.
Yeah, there was one question Sam asked, like, you mean for Hezbollah in Lebanon? Or the Lebanese people that are victims of Hezbollah? I think it's hard to say that way into Lebanon, you know? Like, I just said, like, my opinion is a bit different. I think that Lebanese people in general are very divided. It's just like too small a country to divide it into separate countries, so that's why it's hard to say that. But like, if you look at what Israel did already in South Lebanon, they actually ethnically cleansed. Like there are like the villages are like now destroyed. No one can come back. So the people that can't come back are are fucked now. If like Israel and the U.S. have it their way, you know. But at the same time, you have like other people that are like much more joyful about it, like the ones that are against Hezbollah in Lebanon. So it's very hard to say in Lebanon like who's gonna win and who's gonna lose. And Israel, like when they went into Lebanon as well, they asked Druze and Christians not to take in any Muslims inside their homes, or their homes will be like attacked as well. So like the Shiite community, Muslim community in Lebanon are like fucked, you know. And that's why like a group like Amal, which is like not Hezbollah, joined the fight as well against Israel. So yeah, I think the Shiite community in Lebanon are going to be fucked after if I think even if Iran like holds on, I think they're fucked anyway, because like I think I think that Iran will sell them like nothing, you know. Like we saw when Israel killed like the guy, what's his name, the head of Hezbollah, the last head of Hezbollah. You know, Iran didn't even budge. You know, like they told Hezbollah to do ceasefire. You know, and they told him, like, they sold him, like, I think like Iran would, like the IRGC would sell them like nothing, you know. Like these proxies are just like cards for the IRGC. Like that's what I think, you know. And they would use them, and as long as they're useful, and
Hassan
they're not
Nasrallah,
useful.
I think you mean Hassan Nasrallah.
Yeah, Hassan Nasrallah. Yeah, and I think when they're not useful, they're just gonna throw them up. You know, gonna throw them. They're like we saw like as well with Hamas. You know, like did the IRGC now go into Gaza and protected the people in Gaza? Of course not. They're just cards. You know, they play. They go into negotiations and they give them up once a better deal is like reached. And
Yes.
I think it's the same for the Lebanese people, the Shia Lebanese people. I think they're fucked anyway, you know.
The thing is, do you think that they being, well, as you call it, fucked, could have to do something with the fact that some of these people actually support Hezbollah or support Hamas, or are the victims and are under pressure of these proxies and have to abide by them because they are in their village and putting them under pressure?
I think the way you describe it is very weird, because I think they're fucked anyway because Israel wants their land, not because they belong to this group or that group. They want that land, Israel. They want a buffer zone for now. We don't know what will happen later, you know. But basically, Smotrich, like Israeli government, is very clear about it. They want southern Lebanon, and they want it without Lebanese people, you know. So these people are fucked anyway. They're gonna lose their homes, and the one like southern of the Litani River, as long as I remember now. I don't know if I'm saying the names wrong, actually. Like, I might be wrong about many things. I think they're not going to return to anything because there's nothing. Like, the villages are gone, you know? Maybe they'll leave some towns, but I don't think the fight is ideological, you know? I think the fight is about taking land from Lebanon, you know? And Hezbollah.
You don't think it's for self-defense? You think it's just all about the land?
What do I think it's self-defense? Which one?
You don't think that the Jewish people are defending themselves?
No, I don't think. Israel defending themselves? You're kidding me. No, I don't think it's defending itself right now. I think it's like very clear right now. Like after 1 year, like, of breaking the truce with Hezbollah, you know, like 2,000 times or 3,000 times.
Yeah.
Once Hezbollah attacked Israel once, they said the truce is gone, you know. But they were breaking the truce for 3,000 times while in a truce with Lebanon, you know. So
I'm happy that you mentioned it yourself. It's Hezbollah by, I think, by orders of IRGC that fired the missiles and started firing missiles from Lebanon into Israel. So it's not fair to say that Israel started.
it started before, like
Lebanon, the state of Lebanon itself, the country of Lebanon itself, should have better security and to ensure that there is no other sort of proxy from another foreign country in your country attacking other countries from inside people's civilian homes. They literally have rocket launchers in homes, civilian homes, from the freaking window. They're fucking firing missiles through the fucking window where people live.
What do you expect if you're like a proxy? So I think that the Lebanese government actually right now should just dissolve, because like I don't think.
Yeah, why not just give up? It's already fucked.
They can be because they have nothing. They have no money. They have no. You could go and look. Like I thought about buying some bonds from Lebanon. Look at the bonds from Lebanon. They're like 5% of their value, because no one believes that they're gonna get their money back from the bonds of Lebanon. You know, it's this country it's like crazy. You know, this government should just dissolve, should give up. You know, because they're unable to do anything. You know, Israel already occupied their southern part, and they're unable to remove Israel from their southern part. I don't know which country accepts that.
Yes, and they were also unable to keep out a foreign militia into their country. And
That's why they should dissolve themselves. They should just shut up. You know, it doesn't matter what they say. You know, here's the thing. Like the thing is about Hezbollah. You know, he's Lebanese. It's Lebanese militia. You know, so
they are Lebanese, but we all know that
this is Lebanese problem. You know, this is Lebanese problem. You know, so they should take care of it themselves, with themselves, the Lebanese, against Lebanese and stuff. You know, but the thing is, if the government is unable to take care of armed militias and take care of outside interference, they weren't even able to kick the Iranian ambassador. Can you believe that? Like, what the fuck is that country? They should just give up. You know,
we're gonna throw out the Iranian ambassador right now, and then what happens? Hezbollah takes him into his protection in their own fucking country. What?
Yeah, they can. They asked him to leave. They didn't leave. What kind of country is that?
It's
that
like
they can't even kick them. What? No. The whole structure is dumb. You know, Lebanon should have rebuilt itself after the civil war. They should have built a real army. You know, after they kicked out Israel. And instead of that, what did they do? They fought against each other. They started doing political stuff against each other. And I don't know the whole thing about the history of Lebanon, but I think the Lebanese should have built a government instead of relying on Hezbollah, you know, to protect them. Now Hezbollah is unable to protect them. What happens? I don't know. You know, their only guarantee that they're not going to get invaded is now gone. Now they're getting invaded. The same with Syria as well. Like, Israel is now encroaching also into Syria. You know, they're going to take more land. They're going to kick people out. At some point, they're going to annex it and move people.
The thing is, whose fault is this? If you ask me, I'm a very simple thinker, very practical. Lebanese government was unable to keep the proxy militias from attacking another sovereign country. So who is at fault when they start a war from their soil and then they get attacked and they have to give up land? It's very simple for me. The person that is responsible for this is
Do you think the Arab countries should also take land from Iran?
Well, I wish them very much luck, but it's not gonna work.
Why not?
We all know that because every government, even transitional government of Iran, is not gonna allow.
Well, transitional government of Syria tried to not allow that to happen. What happened to that land? It's gone.
You cannot. Wait. You cannot. I don't want to sound cocky. Yeah. You cannot. You can make the example of Syria and Iran. It's not the same.
Right? Oh, it's not the same. Why?
The
Iranians
is not
are.
The same.
The Iranians
military is not the same.
Master
The people
race.
are not the same.
Are you guys the master race?
They come on. They're not that. They have a lot.
Come on, guys! You had like once the Islamic Revolution went on, you know, Saddam Hussein was close to collapsing your government, taking over the Arab places from Iran.
Close.
Close.
Iran destroyed Iraq.
No, not Iran. The IRGC destroyed Iraq. Let's be clear about that. And he made
it's Iranian people
some mistakes.
Wait a minute. It was the Iranian people that fought in that war, even children. Yeah, even 14-year-old children were in that war with Iraq. So it's Iranian people.
Would you say that Saddam Hussein was justified in throwing chemical weapons because you hit IRGC in your country?
Wait, what? Saddam Hussein was justified to throw it?
Throw chemical weapons?
Of course not. That's never justified.
Okay, so Israel is justified to attack southern Lebanon.
Why are you making this? It's not a good example. You're making a comparison.
No, it's a hypocrisy. I'm just talking about your hypocrisy.
Have you heard of Hezbollah or not?
Yeah, have you heard of the IRGC?
Okay, so when Israel attacks Hezbollah works for the IRGC, correct?
Yeah.
That's why Israel's attacking.
No, I'm just talking. No. You misunderstood me.
Okay.
No. I'm talking about taking land. You know, I think Arab countries should be able to take land. No. I was talking.
What are you talking about? Which Arab country? Which Arab country would want
for example,
to do that?
Kuwait and Iraq. Maybe they can like divide it. I think there should be like another Arab country on the Persian Gulf. You know, and Baluchistan maybe as well, and they can like divide it among each other. You know.
Listen, these separatist ideas, I know them, and we know every Iranian city around in Iran. There is not even one city in Iran like Baluchistan or Kurdistan that even has the slightest idea that they could actually be successful in taking land from the whole country of Iran. It's not going to happen. We know people are not going to allow that to happen.
But don't you think like if right now, this is right now, you know, but like don't you think like in 2 to 3 years, or maybe like 10 years, once like there's no government, there's no governing body, people are very
poor. Has been existing for 2,556 years.
Dude, this applies.
It will never happen.
This applies for every country in the region. Like, come on, like 3,500
You're
years.
talking about. I don't know how long they've been existing. Who put them there? The British government.
Egypt.
I don't know.
What the fuck? Like, who cares? You know, like every country could be divided, could be separated, could be severed. You know, every country can lose some land. Like, don't talk to me about like Yemen was like also like the way I talked to a friend of mine who's Yemeni. You know, he's like, we've been there for 6,000 years. We're not gonna get separated. Yeah, we were separated. They got separated into South and North Yemen. You know, like every country gets separated.
You're
gets
literally
divided.
comparing Yemen again now with Iran. You don't need to compare countries like that. You know, there's a.
Yeah, you are the master race. I understand.
Well, I mean, come on. You know, you gotta.
Do you think you are the master race?
I don't know what we're talking about. But, I mean, it's gotta be a fair comparison.
Yeah, you're masquerade, the chosen people. The chosen people. Wow.
Of course
Master
not.
race.
But I mean, come
I
on.
strike the master code.
Yemen?
I draw the flaming sword. Hello.
I mean, we're not doing that bad. Yemen.
Yemen? What? I don't know. Like, like pick a country, and I can compare it to Iran. I don't know. Like, you know, like it's
just the comparison you make. Yemen, you know, everyone that knows the Middle East knows that you can't make that comparison. Come on.
okay. What country should I compare Iran to?
You can't.
Egypt?
You can't compare countries like that. You just can't.
Okay, so Iran is
And
unique.
not even with Egypt. No, it's a totally different story. And Egypt is in North Africa. That's also a different continent, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, you told me it's like 3,000 years old. I was like, okay, Egypt's 5,000 years old. I don't care. Like, I don't care how old the country is. You know, like I don't know. Iran was like almost like all of its history, like almost all of its history was conquered by I don't know, like by Alexander, and then by Islam, and then I don't know, sometimes by Romans. Like, yeah, I don't know.
We are still here. So.
Yeah, you're still here. Like,
FYI.
like you're still here. I'm not arguing with that, you know. But like, I'm just saying, like, if you say that Lebanese can be removed from their land, you know, because
No, I'm not
was
saying
among
that
them.
at all. That is not, you are putting words in my mouth. I don't appreciate you putting words in my mouth. No, I said the Lebanese government is responsible for letting proxy militias into their country and then starting a war with another country. That's what they are responsible for. That's what I said. Don't put words in my mouth.
But you said also it's okay if the Lebanese people are removed from their land.
No, I did not say that it's okay. I said who's responsible for it though.
Yeah, but
who has to make it up to them? It's their own government. They need to fix it. Give them a house, build them a house.
In another place, right?
Well, no. They can once that we know that the Jews are safe, because Jews deserve to live just like you and me.
Yeah, I'm not.
Then they can get back the land and build their
They're
house.
not gonna get back their land. Like, let's just not be naive, you know. Like it's clearly what the government is saying. The Israeli government. I'm not talking about the Jews, you know. I'm not talking about the Israelis as well. I'm talking about the government. The government right now in Israel wants the land, you know, and they want the land without Lebanese people inside it.
If the Lebanese government is not able to secure the area, well, what do you expect people to do? Get Hezbollah back on that border and attack
ethnic cleansing is bad.
It's not even just Jews in Israel. You know, right? There's Muslims in Israel as well.
I don't care about Muslims and Jews in Israel. I care about people not losing their home. That's what I care about. You know, I don't care about anyone in that case. You know.
Me too.
I think people should not lose their homes, you know. But I think it's like such a hypocrisy that you would actually tell the Lebanese government to accept the loss of their the Lebanese people, let's be clear, to accept the loss of their own country, but you are not ready to give up your own land.
No,
because
they have to fight against the invaders of their country that started this war.
So if they fight against Hezbollah, like if Hezbollah gone, you know, do you think Israel will give them that land back?
Well, the best chance of getting that land back would be, in my opinion, to get the terrorists out, obviously.
and then fight against Israel without any weapons or what?
Fight against? Why would you need to fight when you're not
To
doing
get your land
anything
back.
wrong?
Do you think Israel will just back off and give them that land?
If they are safe, I think so.
There is
yes.
a lot of water. There's a lot of water there. Dude, they're not gonna give that land back. The problem of the Middle East is water, and there's a lot of water in Lebanon. Israel would never give them that land back. Like that's never gonna happen. Everyone also said like before also like everyone was also saying like Israel would give Golan Heights back to Syria once the government is good there. No, they're not. They're not going to give them any land back. They're going to take more if they see the opportunity as well. So, like, it's also the same for like Arab countries. If they get the chance to take like southern Iran, they would. I don't think they would because they're too weak to do that. You know. So, lucky you. But I think they would, to be honest. I think like.
Honestly, I don't think the Saudis are like that. I don't think.
No, not the Saudis. I think the Iraqis. I don't think the Saudis would do that.
The Iraqis, they could be, maybe, they would think of something like that. Yes, the Iraqis.
Like you know, also since you talked about Persia, I just looked it up online. Baghdad used to be the capital of Persia. What the fuck? Can you explain that?
No, that's actually incorrect. Baghdad was Babylon, if you look into history.
Yeah, it's the same. Who cares? Like.
No, it's not the same.
Yeah, it's the same city, right?
Babylon?
Like the same place.
Wait. No. It was Persepolis.
Persepolis, where's that?
Persepolis.
Is it?
It was Persepolis, built by King Darius the First. So I don't know how you came to Baghdad, but.
Wait a minute, it was. Oh yeah, okay.
Baghdad was Babylon.
Baghdad
you know
was
where
Babylon.
our king Kurush, Cyrus the Great, freed the Jews. Yeah, 3,000 years ago, freed the Jews from Babylon and let them build their temple in Jerusalem. Remember?
No, I don't remember. I wasn't
I
there.
do. We all do.
I wasn't there.
It's just a history book you need to open, honey.
Stefan? Kitover? I don't know, dude. It was for over 800 years. Was the primary capital, Persian capital, located in modern-day Iraq?
Nope.
Serving as the winter capital for both Parthian, and Sasanian. I'm probably like slaughtering these names. For over 800. Yeah, Parthian and Sasanian Empire.
Yeah, but the thing is with those empires is that they were all part of Persia, but the king back then, he allowed everyone to keep their own culture and their own language and their own religion. So it was all part of Persia, but everyone had their own culture going on, their own religion going on and stuff.
Wait a minute. I'd like...
And that's the difference between colonization and an empire.
Persian. Oh yeah, you're right actually, though.
Thank you. I know.
Looks good actually.
But has Israel ever officially stated that it wants to expel Palestinians and take over all the land?
I don't know. Do you call the ministers that are in the government official or not?
Let's just fact check what you just said. That's their plan, and they have. You said they stated that.
Yeah.
So let's.
What did they say exactly then?
I think Besser or Smotrich said it.
All right, I did some fact checking, and I found out that your statement is false because there have been some wars in the between 1982 and 2000 where Israel was installed in Lebanon and had a security zone.
But I talked about the government right now. I'm not talking about the 82.
And right now, there is no official,
So this is
translating in English, there's no official anything being said from Israel that they want to stay there. It's a buffer zone. It's a temporary military buffer zone to protect themselves, as I thought.
Why did they remove then the people from there? In the 80s, like this is the difference, you know. In the 80s, they did not remove any people from the buffer zone, you know. In 82, I don't know which year that is, but they didn't remove any.
What is a buffer zone exactly? You know, we call it a buffer as if it's supposed to prevent some friction. But really, when you can't trust your neighbors and you have to create buffer zones, is that really a life worth living where you have to create buffers? Does anyone here know the difference between a buffer and a buffer?
Buffer is
How about the difference between a buffer and a buffet? I'd like a buffet zone. Could we create a buffet zone in between Israel and Palestine?
Guys, I need to leave. It was nice talking to you. Because I need to eat. It's 10 p.m. in my
Speaking
place,
of buffet,
Thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, thank you too, guys.
Let's keep the conversation going.
Yeah. Sorry, and yeah, and I like the conversation anyway. Like I learned a lot as well.
Thanks, Lucy.
Same. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye.
a couple weeks ago I went to Key West, which, as you may or may not know, Key West is actually a buffet zone. It's not a buffer zone, but it is a buffet zone down in Key West.
Does the buffet zone start with a J word?
It does, actually.
The room, everybody. If you haven't yet experienced this room, the happening, just raise your hand and share your opinion. You get 30 to 60 seconds to say whatever you're thinking about.
Is that like a fresh minute? Do I get a fresh minute every minute?
You are by default fresh.
Well, I'd like to share really briefly that I spent the day teaching a bunch of old ladies how to weave baskets from twigs that I gathered off of the ground. I gathered the twigs and then I taught the ladies how to weave them into baskets, and I think that I feel good about how I spent my day. The ladies had fun weaving their baskets, and we didn't change anything in the grand scheme of things, but at least I didn't sit under a bridge shooting heroin into my arm. Hello?
Hello?
At least you had fun.
Hello?
So, Shalom, welcome everyone to your Clubhouse experience. If you have not yet purchased gold coins, go ahead, pull out your credit card, add it to your Google Play or Apple Pay, buy some gold coins and send them to me right now. We accept donations for free because of your generosity. Charity is next to godliness. If you want to be closer to the God and want miracles in your life, send me your money. That's right. Right now, buy your gold coins through Google Pay or Apple Pay and link it to your Stripe account to Clubhouse. Send me all your money, all your gold coins. The more you send, the more experience.
And what if we don't got money?
You can borrow. You can tax other people somehow. I wouldn't dare say you break any laws and steal any money. But however you happen to acquire, send it to me, and I will keep it in my gold coin house vault, which is eternal and fully secured against all possible eventuality.
Wait, so would you say that the more we spend and the more we send, the closer to the truth we're going to get, essentially?
That's first.
Dennis here. Dennis is one of my many satisfied banking clients who sends me his gold coins. Thank you, Dr. Dennis, for putting your trust in me. The universe. Nothing more than I like than to hear that gold coin clinking here on Clubhouse. Makes me into Scrooge McDuck. Send me your gold coins! I want more gold coins! The more you send, the more joy you show.
All communication is hypnosis.
All communication is gold coins sent to the universe. If you're feeling it, if you feel good inside, if you feel strong inside, send me your gold coins right now. And we will preserve those gold coins and all those feelings of joy and strength and happiness, and dare I say even ecstasy. Think that the universe is magnetizing you to send the universe your gold coins, you'd be correct. The universe is a gold coin magnetizer. If you want to feel good inside, if you want to feel like you've never felt inside before, something joyful, something playful, something creative, just go ahead and buy $5 worth of gold coins right now and send the universe your gold coins, aka money. Because after all, what is money? It's just gold coins.
Everybody's gone, except for me. We can invite more people to the stage. Shumaila. We can invite Project B to the stage. La Lee. Sweetie Raphael.
You weren't here earlier, but this was originally titled J.D. Vance Failed to Achieve Peace, What's Next for the War in Iran? And it was a big room.
Nice.
BB was in here screaming. Everybody was in here. Daniel was in here screaming. And I was like, hey, Daniel.
And that's good. I'm sorry I missed it.
Project B. What is the difference between Plan B and
Wait, what's the difference between Plan B and Project B? Wait, I think I heard it.
Is there any similarity between Project B and Project Pat?
No, but there's a song by, I think it was,
not Project, but I've heard Protect Your Neck, NECK. Have you heard that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Do you know how to protect your neck? Do you think if I tried to strangle you around your neck that you could protect your neck, or would you just succumb to the strangle?
Gotta learn some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That, the question in the chat, or the vote, says, are you Democrat or Republican or Libertarian? But when you get a chance to choose, it only has Democrat or Republican as options. Is that on purpose? Is that like satire? Is that funny?
Is that funny to you? I selected that I'm a Democrat because I didn't see the libertarian option, so I assumed that the purple Democrat was actually a libertarian.
Right. That's what I mean, because that's what I would align with, because I actually have, you know, I can actually see validity on both sides, just being honest. So not like a staunch Republican, but also not a Democrat, especially not a progressive Democrat. I look at that as very damaging as well. I do think that like the Ron Paul libertarian ideology was something I aligned with a lot more. Not Rand Paul, Ron Paul. Rand Paul is also very different. He's not like his father.
Asking that question, I actually was just too lazy, didn't want to recreate the poll, but I actually erroneously entered Democrat twice. So the third option is technically the Libertarian, but it's funny I left it because sometimes when you make a mistake, you wonder how long it'll be till somebody calls you out on the mistake. And I think we hit 3 hours and 20 minutes or something like that. So thanks, Project B, for coming in 3 hours later and telling us, the first person telling us about the error with the words. Are you generally the kind of a person who goes around and notifies people of the error of, word errors?
No, I didn't think it was an error. I thought that there was maybe some satire being funny. I thought that it was just something.
Yeah, I thought it was also you being funny.
Funny about that is I also thought about the same thing, saying this is actually kind of funny because there is no libertarian option. But the truth is there is a libertarian option, and I am running as a libertarian mayoral candidate. However, people keep telling me to run as a Democrat because everybody knows in blue Chicago you can't get elected unless you're a Democrat.
Yeah, you should run as a Democrat.
Republicans run as Democrats, Libertarians run as Democrats. It's just like there's one party called the Democrat Party because that's the only option that appears for the voters. The voters are very disenfranchised in terms of like parliamentary rule. It is so highly controlled and regulated by lawyers and judges that Democrats. And it's so hyper competitive. That's my dilemma, where I know I can't beat the top Democrats, but as an independent libertarian with no competition, I don't have anybody I need to beat. And therefore, I can actually have my name on a ballot. Otherwise, I can't actually get on the motherfucking ballot because the motherfucking Democrats control who the fuck motherfucking Democrat motherfucking candidate is, motherfucker.
It's funny. I'm in Chicago too, so I know what you're talking about.
Wait, you're in Chicago?
Yep, I'm right here by DePaul University right now as we speak.
Well, you should vote for John Kitover for mayor of Chicago.
Oh, I'm definitely down. I think that Brandon Johnson has definitely done a horrible job. Okay, Airbnb, so winning. So yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would like to hear, some of your takes, or like definitely what you stand on. But it's got to be better than what Brandon Johnson has presented, for sure.
One of my slogans is Brandon Johnson can get elected mayor. John Kitover can 100% get elected to be the mayor because Brandon Johnson has proven that the dumbest of us can actually become the mayor. And that's a shame because the other candidate, Paul Vallis, who ran against him, is really stupid because he didn't even declare election fraud. And in my opinion, the fact that Brandon Johnson, if you look at the heat map of all the votes, if you look at the South Side, I would contest, it's just a theory now, that those many people in those areas don't actually vote. That's just an opinion. It's not a fact. I'm not saying we have automated voting. But I will say the candidate for the other Democrat candidate, Paul Vallis, he sucked. And I just think election fraud is it's a much bigger problem than we know about, and it really starts at the petition level, not just the actual voting booth and election day and the results. It really starts at the beginning of the fraud pipeline. But I'm going to pin a link to my Instagram. I have a day 3 plan. I got a day 10 plan. But my day 3 plan, on day 1, I will issue a mayoral proclamation to cut property taxes for all Chicago residents and homeowners by 25% immediately. And the system will have to rearrange how it's funding and spending all operations across all programs and projects. And this is detrimental to the Chicago Teachers Union. And unfortunately, the Chicago Teachers Union is in a lot of trouble. They have failed audits for multiple years, and they have refused to provide accounting documents of all their activities. It's a closed union. They don't have to report their books. And in my opinion, to be a parasite on the Chicago homeowners, taxpayers, it's over, and we have to do it by proclamation. And the fact is, the system will have to readjust. There's no other way to do it. We're not going to lower it over 4 years. We're cutting it immediately. We have to cauterize the wound. So my day 1 plan, again, is to issue a Chicago mayoral decree and proclamation that we are cutting property taxes. If you're a homeowner in Chicago or a condo owner, you get a 25% rate. And in fact, it won't just be in the future. We're going to retroactively go back and issue you a refund for the 2026 year. This year, you will get a 25% property tax. It's not in arrears. It's now. So vote John Kitover. Go to Chicago Mayor Vote Doc. Our day 2 plan is to rip out all the bike lanes, rip out all of these city parking meters, get rid of the City of Chicago parking app, and then after we rip it all away and everybody gets free parking again, there is no parking enforcement, all those jobs eliminated, we will save $300 million in the first year. And then we're going to sue the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, who defrauded and scammed Chicago, who has taken billions of dollars away from us. They control our streets. We pay for all the enforcement. But anyways, we're suing the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority on day 2. That's day 2 of my 3-day plan, if you're following along. Number 1, again, is cut property taxes by 25% day 1. Day 2, we sue the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority for fraud, and we take back our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. That's right, not the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority and the sheikh over there. They don't own the Chicago streets. The Chicago taxpayer does. Richard Daley pulled a fastball and fucked us. Rahm Emanuel caught that fastball and fucked us again. And Lori Lightfoot took that dildo and shoved it up her ass. And Brandon Johnson is literally parasiting the city, defrauding us with nonprofits. $300 million TIF? $3 billion TIF? What's a TIF? It's a tax, stupid. There's no such thing as called an investment. You gotta borrow, you gotta steal, or you gotta take to give. And that's the way this scam works, baby. So So now you know our 2-day plan, our 3-day plan. Guess what we have in store for you on day 3? Anybody? Are you listening?
What do you have in store for us on day 3?
Can you hear me? We haven't even gotten to day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7. I have so many things in store, and I've been taking notes on things that I want to do. And you know where I'm starting from? Here at home. I'm looking at my street corners, and I'm saying, why did the city of Chicago spend thousands of dollars to put up signs saying, if you park past this sign, we're going to tow you? And so what they've done is they've removed at least 4 parking spots on my little tiny street where we have no parking spots. And if you park in a spot that now they declare is no longer a spot because of a sign, they will tow you. They will take your car to an impound lot in Logan Square or downtown Chicago in the gutter underneath a highway and make you go into a little wooden box where they have people that will shake you down and ruin your day. And it's not just like a 1-hour experience. It's a multi-hour experience into the inner depths of Dante's hell. You've never been to the center of the universe until you go to the Chicago impound lot. Just finding your car is a journey. And when you get out and your car's all fucked up and they make you show you the papers and you paid and you cleared and you're good to go, and then just a couple of weeks later they snatch your car again. God damn, this city is ruthless. I've been through that and more times than I care to share, and every time it's the same experience over and over again. Many people have never been to the center of hell multiple times, but your future mayor has. I've gone down like Dante. I've gone down like Mephistopheles. I've gone into the pits of hell for this city many times over. And I've come back up with the spirit of Howard Irving. I think his name was Howard Irving. He was the first black mayor of Chicago. The guy was so articulate. He could articulate.
Was it
Brandon Johnson?
Was it Harold Washington? Did you say Harold Washington?
Harold Washington, isn't that his name?
Harold Washington, yes.
Yeah, I've been to his library downtown. It is a huge library, but his videos of him talking about politics and justice and equality are amazing. That guy, was a real communicator, and unfortunately, he passed on. That was a great tragedy. I don't think any of the people on this app that sit here and talk about Malcolm X or Martin Luther King or Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton, man, fucking talk about Howard Irving, because that's a real G, dog. That motherfucker was the embodiment of the Holy Ghost. He was a vivacious and eloquent and spiritual master. He was a good guy. Anyways, Brandon Johnson has a lot to learn. And day by day, he tears this city down because of incompetence. He's never run a business. If he just sat in City Hall and said, I'm a business, I would have more respect. But he doesn't do that. He runs around and says, why man is the devil and we need reparations? That's not running a business. That's running the complaint department in the layaway section of a Walmart. That's not how you run one of the world's greatest cities. No! Anyways, this is not a comedy show, but it is becoming funny, I can tell. Anything else you want to say, Project B, my fellow Chicagoan?
Yeah, man, I wish you the best of luck. I'm not going to lie to you. It is, obviously I see that you have definitely a comedic appeal, which I think the city kind of needs, to be honest. Also, I just, look, Chicago once upon a time was a great city, but you know what I'm saying? The corruption has been here since the time of the dailies. And I think that it's largely pay to play here. And
but that's Chicago. What about New York? What about New York? Can we hear from New York, please?
They're not
Democrat.
New York not Democrat? Long Island isn't.
Atlanta, no, but you're saying Chicago because it's close to Atlanta. I'm not from America. I'm not living in America. I live in Europe. I live in Europe.
What I understand about New York is very much progressive Democrat, and the major boroughs outside of Long Island, which does have a more conservative base.
But who are you? Do you go to vote? Do you vote for Democrats? Do you go personally?
I do not vote for Democrats. No.
So please be quiet. Obviously, I can tell you about that because I know how it feels like. We need difference. We need to change, and I'm involved in the Democratic Parliament. I'm in the UK. I'm one of the Democratic Parliaments. I work for the Parliament. So sometimes we need to vote. But we don't believe as colored people. We don't believe in voting. But we pushed it forward, and then Donald Trump
doesn't believe in voting, and he works for Parliament. Is that the cigarette company?
Right, but how is he talking about American politics from the UK?
No, but it's getting late in the day, and in Chicago, as they say, I saw a man dance with his wife. He had the time of his life in Chicago. So, anyways, thanks for being here, Project. I do have to get petition signatures. I haven't decided to run as a Libertarian or a Democrat yet. Everybody just tells me to run as a Democrat, but in my opinion, I have a much greater chance of getting on the ballot as a Libertarian than I do a Democrat. And I think if given a third option on the ballot for a mayor, it's possible that because I can split the vote, I can eke out a small, tiny victory as a surprise Libertarian candidate. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if your messaging is strong, because again, what it'll do is it'll give you face time, it'll give you a chance to go up against whoever they primary or whatever it is you will call it, whoever they put up in that position, opposed to having to fight amongst all the people vying for that spot. You can at least have your own platform to go off of. The only thing about it is that I think that the mentality of everyone here in Chicago is very much vote blue no matter who. You know what I'm saying? So you'll be overcoming that mindset. So that's what you got to be, the big hurdle. Just trying to convince people through your rhetoric or through your common sense to be able to get them to side with you based upon reason. But yes, you have a legitimate strategy. I think that strategy is legit.
It's legitimate, but if it's always vote blue no matter who, why don't I still take the message within the vote blue and stay out of vote purple? Because there is no slogan. It's vote purple no matter who. It's like it's better to bring the message in house within that network than to work in a network that has no network.
Okay, you should basically sing the same song on different stages. That's what I hear you saying. You're saying that you'll carry some of the talking points from the Democratic Party. However, you won't try to fight within your arena. You will take it to another arena where you have less competition.
What I'm saying is I don't need to carry Democrat talking points. I can carry Libertarian talking points into the Democratic Party, even if they're not Democrat Party talking points, because just being in the network is enough to cause a disruption. But what I'm saying is there is no Libertarian network. So if you want to lead the people, you got to go to the people. That's why I'm thinking it's better and smarter to file as a Democrat. But at the same time, I think about the experience of the voter when they go to that ballot and they're on the touch screen or they're doing the paper and they see Democrat at the top, then they see a Republican, then they see the Libertarian. chances are 80% of the people, 60 to 80% are just going to vote Democrat right away. So whoever the fuck the Democrat candidate is, that's who they're going to vote for. But there's no primary for the mayoralship. If there's not a majority vote, it goes into an April runoff special election. So I'm trying to like reverse engineer statistically what my best option is.
Well, yeah, you know, Chicago is definitely like a city that, cause like look at Paul Ballas, right? Paul Ballas had, at least with the CPD, like he had a background with the police. Now, that's a network, that's a whole union in its own right. And then you had Brandon Johnson. He had the teachers union. So it's really hard for an outsider to come in and be based just on rhetoric alone to be able to overcome. Like, you would have to build such a grassroots movement and something like, look at how Trump did it. Like, Trump was technically an outsider of the political elite. But what he was able to do was, because of the controversial takes and things that he did and said, he was able to appeal. Like, he pissed a lot of people off, but he found his network. He found his niche. He found the people who were
We don't know who influenced him. We don't know who influenced him. We don't know. We don't know. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay, from the outside looking in, I'm talking about being Monday morning quarterback. You can't tell me my perspective is wrong. It's my perspective. So suck a dick. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, don't tell me what I can and cannot proceed.
Okay, Rabbanu Shalom, thanks for your insight. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe running as the Libertarian candidate is the best option in trying to create or organize more of a liberty approach. Eleanor, what do you think? I'm trying to game theory the filing for mayorship. Do I file as a Libertarian that has no network, or do I file as a Democrat, which has a huge network, and bring Libertarian talking points into the Democrat network? So this will be my third election. I'm 0 for 2. And everybody saws if you're a Republican, you file as a Democrat. And I gotta agree. So I'm just at a crossroads. Do I want to go 0 for 3 as a Libertarian or 0 for 3 as a Democrat? What's the best chance? Because a lot of this is, I know I'm going to lose. So part of it is, it's about the journey, the experience, the happening, and my input and influence into the environment as a candidate. That's, to me, one of the things a lot of people overlook, even though we know there's only one winner. Out of the 55 mayors of Chicago, there are thousands of losers that their names are not in the history books, and no one knows who they were or what happened to them. Only, when you go to Wikipedia, you only know the winners. So, I'm just saying that the environment can be influenced, and even if I don't win, I can influence who the winner is by promoting the other candidate of my choice. So part of this is like an experiment. You could call it science. You could call it political science.
You're going to say, okay, I was going to let Elmore go, but if you think about it, history, you also have history going against you. The fact that you ran 2 other times as a Libertarian and then you switch up, you don't think that would get brought up on stage in any debates? It was so inconsistent.
Republican twice, lost, and that experience pushed me to become a Democrat, or pushed me to become a Libertarian. It's all transformation. Are you anti-trans?
No, not anti-sex. But yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to understand, like, I guess your position. Understand? Do you think that would be a strong position? That because what it is that it doesn't look like you really have a strong stance. Then you're kind of fluid, and I just don't think that you'll be able to gather voters off being so fluid, right? You will have to kind of pick a position and stand on that position. Now, don't get me wrong. Again, if we're talking about, let's just look at political history. Trump was a registered Democrat, voted Democrat, did all things Democrat, and he made a sharp change to Republican. But he didn't flip-flop. He didn't go back and forth. He was a moderate Democrat. He was a moderate Republican, in my opinion.
interviews with media outlets and political pundits that every interview turns out it's like a trick interview, trick questions, just to create content that can be used against you, even if the content is pro you. My point is, people want to own you. They want proprietary video. They want proprietary interview to use it against you for your opponent. It's amazingly devious and a lot of chicanery and trickery. But the point is, one of the major questions is, why are you running? What's motivating you to run? And I usually give like a canned response, similar response. My thinking is I like to talk about the history of this and, my activity in that. But the truth is, it's like a spiritual will or a divine will where, just in the same way that mushrooms spring up, this is how liberty works. It just comes natural. And the population wants liberty. It's a little bit like Moses and the Exodus. There is a libertarian inclination, and all religions are libertarian in nature because they are all based on liberation theory or liberation theology. It's the same principle with politics.
What changed you from conservative to libertarian? What changed in your ideology?
Well, I supported Ron Paul when he ran because I like the concept of non-interventionalism, meaning we don't pick fights, we don't choose winners, we stay out of international businesses affairs. We're not the world police, we're not the civilization builder. You don't want to educate your women and you want to practice Sharia law? Who are we to say no? It's not the taxpayer's job to reconstitute your culture. So that's why I liked Ron Paul, but I also like small government. Small government, small problems. Big government, big problems. So I think we have to have real practical new management, business-minded people who are all pennies and cents and not feelings and propaganda. The thing about running is if you get petition signatures, people want to sit here and have this long conversation with you, which I'm happy to do here on Clubhouse. But on the street, when I just need a sheet, I don't have time to sit there and explain, my political philosophy, my historical understanding, my financial acumen. The point is, the great debate is really, in my opinion, always economic theory or economic philosophy, which is really business 101. Who's got the better plan for running a pre-existing business? It's not Brandon Johnson. He has proven beyond a reasonable doubt he's a horrible steward, a terrible fiduciary of our financial well-being. He doesn't talk about it. He doesn't care about it. He just keeps borrowing and spending. We've got to have open books. We've got to have forensic accounting. We've got to have financial transparency. Taxpayers are getting crushed. Homeowners can't afford to pay their property taxes, and in Cook County, they will sell your house out from underneath you in a tax deed sale, and you're finished. Think about your house because you can't afford $10,000 in property taxes. It's blackmail. It's criminality. It's lawyers fucking feasting at the trough of our fellow citizens. I am running to liberate them from these criminal lawyers and Democrat criminal judges. The problem is the judiciary. It's not just the elected political establishment.
Absolutely. So what would be the counter argument? What would be the counter argument? How would someone argue against what you're saying right now? Let's just play it out. Let's game theory this. Figure out, okay, what would the opposing argument be against what you're saying right now?
to sway someone's opinion. Like, this is a very compelling argument. I mean, I could say, like, for example, if you were going up against Brandon Johnson, he would basically try to discredit what you're saying right now. He would give some sort of statistics that benefit what he's saying, something about low, medium income people achieving some level of success somewhere, somehow, some remote section of the city, and saying that this increase proves that what you're talking about is not happening, right? It silence you because it will talk about perceived progress and get people feeling all warm about what's really going on in the city, and then probably attack some of your points and say how that would take away from some social programs that help lower income people in some way, shape, or form, and how those people would then, because it's fear-based, right, and talk about how those people will be deprived of some resources that they're currently getting.
Top is bullshit, non-existent, tip tax, bullshit protection service. You know, if you make $200,000 a year in this city, but you're still paying $20,000 a year just in property taxes, you're paying, you know, almost $90,000 in income tax, Social Security tax, and Medicare, Medicaid, FICA tax, and all these fucking taxes. Chicago's got to be very personally responsible as an example for the country. We have to basically start saving Chicago now because the whole fucking country is already bankrupt. Chicago has to be the leader on financial transparency, practicality, pragmatism, on how we allocate our tax dollars to what we're spending it on. No more fugazi nonprofit bullshit. That's what Johnson does. He's big in it, and it's bigger than Lori Lightfoot. Lori Lightfoot was more of a corporate criminal. Brandon Johnson has surrounded himself by crony capitalists who they may claim they're building houses for the future, you know, for Black Chicago or low-income housing. But the problem with the Chicago Housing Authority is they have board members who are living in luxury penthouses and getting a voucher for a condo that they don't even live in anymore, and they are on the board of directors. And Brandon wants to fire the CHA president because it's not his personal pick. So Brandon Johnson is not running this like pre-existing business. He's gutting management, and he's installing his own cronies. And these are bad people. These are not vetted. These are not elected, responsible individuals. These are his personal crony captains. And Brandon Johnson is at the head of a criminal organization and enterprise known as Brandon Johnson Inc. And he's going to come out of this a multi-millionaire as a parasite pensioner. In my opinion, Chicago should just declare bankruptcy and seek debt forgiveness for the $200 billion in pension debt. Because when Brandon Johnson retires from being the mayor after I win, not only will I arrest him, but he will not get his pension because we're filing bankruptcy in federal court. We at least need some type of debt resolution. Do you watch television? Do you see how all these debt resolution specialists want you to call them right now to help you finally solve your debt problem? Well, that's what a vote for John Kitover will do as the mayor. I will take this city in a path that it has never taken before because it has no courage and no spine. We will file bankruptcy in federal court and dislodge over $100 million in pension liabilities. It's a fact that that will happen. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah. No, absolutely, man. You got firemen and police officers living in Florida receiving pensions and not paying any taxes to Illinois. It's great. Do you think that Chicago should take a path akin to Detroit?
It's gonna have to, it basically comes down to debt negotiation, debt resolution. That's really reorganization of the pre-existing debt and discharging some of the debt to bring it down, which really just means that pensioners are gonna take a cut on their pension. 25% probably, 10% would be a good start. But we have to spend it.
It was 6% in Detroit when they went bankrupt. So they initially proposed 10, but they came to a conclusion of like 6%. Right. Chicago's pension was much more fucked than Detroit's.
So this has been a long-running room that we started 5 hours ago, originally about J.D. Vance's failure to negotiate peace, and it has warped and dwarfed into the candidacy for John Kitover as mayor. Thank you all for being here. We will run this room for 7 more minutes, then we're going to do a hard out. So get your last shots in. If you got any complaints or advice or opinions, let's hear them now.
How can I follow you? You got Instagram? You got some other way that you like running your campaign? I definitely would like to follow your campaign.
Yeah. And if you have any mayoral proclamations or decrees for any day 1 through day 100, just tell me what you think I should decree, and I will post it using Grok AI to generate the image. ChicagoMayorVote.com, ChicagoMayorElection.com, ChicagoMayoral.com, JohnKitoverChicago.com. Got a bunch of domain names associated to the election. And what's interesting is all my AI videos have done well, and Mayor Brandon Johnson is in active content creation mode nonstop because he's running for the mayor again. He hasn't officially said whether he's running or not, but based on the content he creates, it's obvious that he's running for mayor again. And he thinks he has a shot. But we know that his time has come to an end because property taxes turn voters, and the voters are ready to liberate themselves.
I don't know, man. I think that guy's going to get reelected. They tend to make very, very bad choices in Chicago.
Be that next bad choice. Because the whole thing comes down to the ballot, Nick. And my libertarian ballot strategy tells me that truth is, I think Democrat is the way to go because I just know my experience when I look at that ballot and Democrat is that first option. Fuck, man, people just choose the Democrat. And so if I'm on the roster of Democrats and I don't get a majority, there's a runoff. See, this is the whole thing is like, Nick, this is the other part of running as a candidate. You can challenge other candidates, and I have been challenged so many times. I know how they have fucked me, and so now I know how to fuck them. And this time around, I'm going to challenge everybody and make it extremely fucking difficult for people to get through the scrutiny of the petitions and confirming signatures. Because with every line, every signature has 15 variables that can be challenged. It's so ludicrous and time-consuming and petty. But nonetheless, you can remove your opposition from the ballot with an effective petition strategy of challenging and removing. So I've gone through it multiple times, and I look forward to getting my first scalp and my first successful challenge this time around for the mayor. That's how you can also make history and change the outcome, is by removing people for bullshit signatures, because to get 15,000 signatures is a lot of work, and there are a lot of criminal, corrupt politicians that generate fake signatures. I've seen it multiple election cycles. Personally, I've never done it. I've been accused of doing it, but I've never done it. And I know my opposition has done it. And that is another reason why I'm running, because of that alone makes me so angry that Republicans would fake signatures on petitions. That really makes me angry, and that makes me want to take scalps. How long? universe. You can hear me, universe. Come off mic, universe. Yeah, so what y'all gonna do about black folks in Chicago and Brooklyn? Yeah. You know this they homeland. This is their ancestors' homeland before the European white folks who claim that they're American but really so-called citizens but really illegals.
So you are a descendant of the indigenous black? Hello?
Yeah, I asked you a question. Knock.
I asked you a question. Are you a descendant of the indigenous black American?
What's up, Father?
Yeah. Do you live in Evanston, Illinois, and are you currently getting cannabis reparations?
We talking about Illinois, period. We saying you want to tell somebody else. Y'all been chastised. So we talking about Illinois. You want to knock off another person, but we talking about what are you going to do around, even though you're talking about that specific area, but you got connections next door, your neighbors. You might want to think about that. Because let's say we come down there and we want to vote there. We put a black person down there in that land and people, and we start thriving. You go vote us out now? Out our own country, land, people names that we never named. I hear what you're saying and I feel what you're putting down. I stand with the black man. I done been baptized by a black man in the name of the Holy Spirit. So when I say I know how to have fun, I know how to have fun, bro. Hey, but see what happened if we arrest you then on our soil for what you're saying? Think about it. I gotta go through that judicial system to get my victory, to get my liberty, to get my joy. Your number. Now you gotta get your number. You see what I'm saying? You gotta go just like the people over there across the border gotta get a number, name it, a different age. Yeah, you gotta do that too now. Because we never gave y'all the rights. The paperwork, what I said. Y'all broke treaty. Y'all time is up. It's tough. Or do you don't want to talk about that, do you?
Interestingly enough, I have something interesting.
Yeah, listen to this. That makes sense, don't it? Damn, you come to some other people's houses and you try to tell them what to do in their house. What?
Okay, listen to this. This is the Declaration of Indian Purpose from 1961 at the American Indian Chicago Conference. Listen to this. Since you brought up treaties being broken, a treaty in the minds of our people is an eternal word. Events often make it seem expedient to depart from the pledged word, but we are conscious that the first departure creates a logic for the second departure until there's nothing left of the word.
Okay, let's say this right. You just said until there's nothing left of the word. So your forefather set y'all up and in a position to try to take over people and keep it in so-called order in their own ancestors' homeland, right? But it's not working because people is arising in their own ancestors' land and they looking at people who don't really belong here as, like confused, like, well, hey, y'all not from here and y'all telling us what to do on our land. Y'all killing us on our soil. So y'all arresting us on our soil and get paid for this. Think about it. What happened if we reverse our county and put it
right back on you for the war crimes and things that y'all are doing. Think about what I'm talking to you about.
I hear you. But the truth is, the only way to bring a lawsuit is with filing fees in the court system. If you ain't even got the motherfucking money to file them filing fees and pay them attorney fees, your court case is going nowhere. Money talk, bullshit walk. Yeah, so you feel me? And they think that they can do things on people's soil. They think that what they say is smart. You know, we know how to play chess, right? We know how to reverse psychology. We know how to educate y'all about y'all history, what y'all did to our people. You want to wake it up? What y'all keep doing? Huh? Keep it pure? Okay, I'm very much keep it pure because I don't think they want to get messy, right? Y'all trying to take over people's houses, lands. Y'all making movies. Think about what I'm talking to you about, young man. You're making movies about what your ancestors did on other people's soil. Then y'all mimicking people. What y'all used to do to them. Rape, rob, and murder. And y'all getting paid off of it. Universe, right? It's supposed to be cool though, right? In God we trust. Thou shalt not kill. Equality. Love. We are brothers. Do you go by L or do you go by I? I go by L. L. Oh, shit. Bingo. What I'm trying to say is, L, when you are talking to the universe, do you think that the universe listens to you? Check this out. It's an echo out there. Echo. It replied with the word that you say. That's like, you ever seen the ripple effect? No, but if a tree falls in the forest and there ain't nobody to hear it, well, was it recorded or observed? Or did it really fall? Does it take an observer? Is it called the observer effect? Hello? It's called we observe everything that y'all do. What the world do, we can see. Let's just say that. Everything on earth as it is in heaven, we can see. We got eyes and ears. Remember, created from the beginning. We can see, we can hear, we can see you through your wording. It's either going to be in order or out of order. And right now, you're taking out of order. So let me put you back in order. Try that again. You own stolen land. And then do you know what else? Well, you know what? I got a magical instrument you call an opinion drum. I hit my opinion drum. So what I'm trying to say is, when I hear, that's when I hear it. Whenever I hear an opinion, I hit my opinion drum. I had the challenge. Hey, but you a grown man though, right? That's why we know who got the mental health issues. Uh-oh.
can't we do anything?
Cookie protection. When you say that a grown man you talking to randomly on the internet runs from there got mental health issues, that could be a projection on your part. It's just my
independent. Who made that up? We never made that up in America. The real Aboriginals, we don't know nothing about no Democrat, Republican, liberal, or independent, or whatever bull crap y'all keep coming up with, rewording and trying to make so-called sense. We never did that. You're doing it. You're making up stuff. Y'all making up stuff and think they were supposed to, believe. We know how to read between the lines, son. Right? Yeah, so every time I say something correct, we better do that then. Now we're going to play chess. Bingo. Now you acknowledge. Right. So, you keep teaching them kids how it's okay to take over and go to war, start things in America, knowing that the innocent, we are the innocent people. Detroit people is dangerous. Keep trying to say that we are all equal. We never said that. Y'all saying that. Y'all created that we are all equal. We are all as God's one. We never said that. Y'all forced that onto our people. Our elders never said that. Remember, y'all killed off our forefathers. For y'all raped, robbed, and murdered, enslaved our people. We never did that to y'all.
Let me ask you something. Is that a fact or is that an opinion? Is that an opinion? Is it a fact or is it an opinion? That's your opinion.
At universe, this is what I'm saying. This is how love that echo. You know what I'm saying? You said it's the universe. A black man is telling you who really is the original creator.
How do I know that?
Watch this.
Could you be an opinion?
And a white man will take a movie of the black man parts, pieces, puzzles, and put it together. And then make it and say it doesn't matter when people try to tell them, hey, that's not how I really go. It's the movie, it's just a play. What? That's what white people teach you all right. Then they playing this white. Oh, check this out. Watch this. So, hey, you got white people making all different type of images of Jesus. What? He got blonde hair, blue eyes. He got brown eyes, brown hair. Well, otherwise, some similar to it. They got a Arab Jesus. You know what I'm saying? They got all these Jesus, but they don't even know the real Jesus, his words. And they say, people from their sin from the world. What the world created there to talk to them. Young people keep killing off them. You know what I'm saying? Black folks, they mean and learn sending their wives to their victims.
See, I'm Aboriginal too. I can play an Aboriginal instrument. I learned that Aboriginal instrument from my forefathers who were indigenous to this land even though they didn't know it. Because every man and every line of heritage is indigenous to the planet known as Earth. Hello?
See, that was the
I figured out your riddle. I thought you could fool me with your complicated riddle, but I figured out the truth of the earth.
Yeah, it's an echo in the universe. And I bet you the world can hear. It's a bounce back. You can even stand on Earth and yell up into the universe and watch that echo come back. You can yell out and watch that echo ripple effect. Watch. get it and started reading the book. And started thinking about, damn, why white people keep calling themselves Jews or American or this, that, and the third. Why white people just, stealing other people's languages and culture and identity and names, trying to make this and that. These people, they died, and then all of a sudden, they want to say this, that, and the third. Where in the book it says that he did give people their own lands, their own identity, their own race, and, their own history. Now here it is. White folks want to take it and mix it up, say we all bleed the same. What the fuck? So you saying my father is your father, your father's my father. Psych.
Well, I'd like to dedicate this song to all the voters in Chicago who have been fooled by the Democrats for far too long, since 1960. Over 66 years of lies, sucking away your property taxes like parasites, sucking at your water tax, sucking up your property tax, sucking up your sewer tax. This song is for your magical and your mystical liberation. Don't the white man do that in America every day? Hit that shit though. I ain't gonna lie, y'all was fire.
Hey, so I had to post it in the chat. Hey, arrest yourself, man. For what you say. Anything that you say can and shall be held against you in the court of law. Oh.
The difference between the court of law and the cosmic court of law is that one is based in a Democrat court with a Democrat judge, and we already know what that Democrat judge is gonna do. That Democrat judge is gonna tell you to shut the fuck up and shut your fucking mouth. That's exactly what that Democrat judge is gonna do. Shut up! Shut up! That's what you're gonna hear. Shut up! Shut him up!
And let's just say that if black folks in America really want to follow y'all really don't have to. Y'all European laws really don't pertain to Americans. Now let's speak that into the godly existence.
What? What did you say about?
That right there was a divine moment. Yeah. You said this right here government, right? They gonna do what? Against what laws? You said they better than who laws? They better than God. Universal laws. And you say you better vote who in and who out. Okay. We gonna reach there. Come on, let's reach.
Well, I think it's important right now this year to bring up the chakra sentence.
Go ahead, keep mentioning.
Chakras associate with particular aspects of human awareness. Blocks on the spiritual, mental, emotional, physical levels cause problems. We're going to cleanse your chakras by quieting or stimulating with healing factors that release reservoirs of energy, debris to free healthy energy frequencies. All right, listen up, Chicago. These are your healing number and cool locations. First, we got the planet metal. This is the main issue. Then we got the goal and the function. Then we got the foods and the gland. Then we got the body part and the symbol element. And we got sense, sound, the gemstone. We got an angel, ideal, quieting stone, fragrance and incense. And we got stimulating stone and aroma. The number one is your root. Just like that TV show Roots with Kunta Kinte. Root. Red, that's the color red. It is the base of your spinal column. The planet is known as Saturn, not Uranus, as many people think. They think we're talking about Uranus, but we are actually talking about Saturn. And that is lead. Lead, you might say. Survival is key. Next, we got stability and grounding. We are going to ground and stabilize. Up next, we got the protein, the adrenals, right here. A lot of women today, they got adrenal gland blockage, and the doctors are always billing the Medicare and the Medicaid for the adrenal glands. After the adrenals, we got the legs and the feet of the earth, a red square. Below that, we got the smell of the bloodstone. Then we got the oriole, the hematite, and the cedar myrrh. And we got the garnet and the cinnamon. Man, if I like cinnamon, I like beer mimosa so much, that delicious cinnamon. Is it a spice or is it a sugar? Up next, we got the sacral. Number 2, orange, the sacral. We got the moon, the metal is 10. And the main issue here is sexuality, desires, and emotions. That is the goal of the function. For the foods in the gland, we got the liquid gonads. The body part is the abdomen. The symbol and the element is an orange triangle, which means water. Then we got taste and dew or coral, which is the sense and the sound. O is the sound. The gemstone is the coral. The angel is Gabriel. The ideal or the quieting stone is the quartz. The fragrance is the rose. And the incense is the saffron. The stimulating stone and aroma is the carnelian and the dragon blood. Those are the first 2 chakras. We have healed together your first 2 chakras, the root and the sacral. Up next, we got the navel. The navel. All right, we're going to take a little chakra cleansing break and rest my vocal cords.
Hey, so is it true that the whole world is created by a monkey? I knew that. You hear that? I don't care. Donald Trump is master of the universe. They call us the Bucket Boys of Chicago. Hello? All right, this next song is dedicated to the liberty of Chicago, freeing the taxpayers from the Democrat CTU control of taxpayer property tax, parasitism, and slavery.
Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, King and Master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world, America, 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 USA, 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 USA. Justice, Lord, God, joy abundance, and love, healing, truth, and peace. As breath of the day, all for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, 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 let it go, 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 strike the master, draw the flaming sword. President of the United States, King and skin, King and Master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, 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 USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy abundance, not have, healing, truth, and peace. Let's burn out today. All for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Oh, oh, oh. Let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. person is a trooper just because, you know, they came in, or that they're there when I didn't want them. What do you think? How else would you define an intruder? That's literally the definition. If I want somebody to leave, you know, it doesn't make me an intruder, especially if I invite them to my house. You know, some people don't say they're welcome, and then you like to invite them in the first place, and then they do something undue. You know, you don't agree, and now they both say they're welcome, and now you intend for them to leave. If they refuse to leave, then they become an intruder at that point. Yeah, so it's literally, you can literally try to
very good. Yeah, no, very good analogies to what the issues are around the justice setup.
Yeah, like essentially that would mean like the biggest objection is that if a fetus is a trespasser, that would mean that all children who were born through accident are born criminals or conceived as criminals. It's not to say that they're treated as criminals. But they're not treated as criminals. But that would logically mean that they are conceived as criminals. In the analogy, like.
Okay, so I understand. How was your time on the article? I had to hook up with you.
Want someone to be there, then they have to push them. Whether we treat them as criminals, no, it's criminals. We should just use it. It's a threat to her life or to her. You know, we don't treat it as something that is. I think a better person with a chip in the brain. That, you know, this is a program that you guys just said show me bullying off the individual's ass, and the person kills that person to prevent that from happening. Because you have it where the fetus of the person is an innocent party. The issue is because you're making an unnecessary step by making it analogous to a trespasser. A better analogy, I think you should just say that it's a threat to her life, which is one person who's, you know, has a chip in the brain to go ahead and shove bullying along the person. Pregnancies are offensive. Because they want the mindset. Yeah, so just like you still have the ability to kill the person, even if they are an innocent party. I'm changing because let me just restate it. So you're objecting to calling the fetus an intruder because it makes them sound like they're a criminal. Yes, because you can't compare bodily rights to bodily autonomy to property rights. I think that's a category mistake. Is your body not your property? It is yours, but it's not property. Well, it can be analogous to property if it belongs to you. Okay, I still can't kill somebody to protect my property.
The relevant constitutional conversation around it is not about property, but about rights.
Yeah, well, privacy and bodily autonomy.
Bodily autonomy, which isn't really, the analog is not being, it's not the question, the constitutional questions are not about property rights. They're about the 14th Amendment and privacy and autonomy. Much more related to the life, liberty, pursuit, happiness part.
Yeah, Carlos, what you're doing is espousing evinctionism, where essentially, you know, as I stated, you're saying you're using it as a property rights perspective as opposed to because the distinction between evictionism and pro-choice is that that evictionism says you have the right to evict the fetus, but you don't have the right to kill the fetus. Is your
this, but because the intruder's conscious, that's what your problem is. Like, if it was like if the intruder was a cancer, like, it's obviously not cancer, not conscious. Like, would you have a problem calling a cancer an intruder? Sorry, can you say that again, Dan? That's best working. Is the problem like calling the intruder conscious because the fetus is potentially going to be a conscious being?
No, I say we're assuming, if we're to assume that a fetus is a person, that, using a trespasser analogy is the wrong analogy.
So if it was a cancer, which is obviously not conscious or no potential of being conscious, if we called a cancer an intruder, would you have a problem with that?
No, because yes, I would.
No? Yes?
Go walk your dog, bro.
I mean, I would call it an intruder. Like, especially most people would, because they wouldn't.
Why not just call it a disease?
Because it's meant to be an analogy to an actual intruder.
Okay, well, I don't see the point of being descriptive of what cancer is when it really is just a disease. That does all the work, right?
Yeah, but the point is that you if you have a cancer in you, you would have, and you have the technology to remove the cancer, then you should be able to remove that unwanted cancer. It's an intruder that's affecting you, whatever. You should have the right to remove it. The fact that it's not conscious shouldn't make a difference. Then obviously in the case of a pregnancy, you don't intend for the pregnancy to be in your body. You have the right to remove it if you have the technological capability to do so. It would be analogous, like the cancer, and analogous to an actual intruder on your property. If they're there and you don't want them there, then you have the technological capability to remove them. Whether it means killing them or not, like, you still have the right to remove them. So the analogy goes through.
Yeah, and you're creating the category distinction. You're using a fetus. You agree. You think that a fetus is a person. I don't, but you're using a fetus as a person, which is something that it's not just cancer where it's like a disease.
So you're specifically talking about fetus, or are you talking about zygote?
The unborn is what we're talking about.
Yeah, but because there's many different stages of pregnancy, obviously, at the beginning.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, Enigma, what we're doing is that essentially we're assuming, like, Carlos is a different case from you and I, where it's like, I don't believe that a fetus, particularly in the early stages of pregnancy, is a person. But Carlos thinks
because there is viability outside of the womb.
No, Carlos, just to be clear, I didn't call it a person. What I said is that life starts from conception. I didn't talk about personhood.
Okay.
Sorry, life starts from conception, did you say?
Yeah.
So what about an ectopic pregnancy that is conceived but isn't viable? Would that be killing?
Whether it's viable or not at any stage, like we're talking about when life begins. So like the fertilization process would be when life begins. The process begins is what I'm saying.
So what you're saying then is a seed being planted in the ground is where life begins.
Yeah.
Really? It doesn't have to grow a stalk and be able to interact with the sun and be viable.
As long as it's fertilized, it has the ability to bring about new life. Then the new life process begins. So that's the consensus in biology anyway.
And it's not the sun, it's the air. So you're mistaken on how trees and plants grow. They grow because of the air, not because of the sun. They do once they get to the sun. But before that, it's air.
No, you're absolutely wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
When a plant has developed enough chlorophyll in it, it is then going to, produce energy via photosynthesis.
You mean glucose? But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I said energy, glucose, whatever you want to call it.
It's going to be a bit difficult.
No, be technical.
want to be technical, explain how is it that we need energy, but for some strange reason on this planet, a plant produces glucose on its own. It literally is the backbone of our ecosystem.
No,
because it sustains itself.
On its own. It needs
what?
It needs sunlight.
How does it get sunlight when it's in the ground?
No, it doesn't produce glucose at that point.
Exactly. So what's making it grow?
What do you mean what's making it grow? The nutrients that it feeds off of in the soil.
The soil has nothing to do
at
all. Very little to do with the plant. There's plants and trees that grow
so you're telling me without the soil,
on the side of the mountains. They don't need as much soil as you think.
So you're telling me that a plant without the soil isn't going to produce. It is going to produce enough chlorophyll to be able to produce glucose from photosynthesis. Because if you do not have soil and you just put a seed in a dark place and it grows, you'll get a yellow stalk. You won't get a green stalk, and it won't be able to. It won't be viable.
I'm not sure talking about plant life is going to be entirely helpful.
Okay, well, let's not talk about plant life. Let's talk about cells. Are cells life?
They are life, yes.
Yeah. So what would be the difference?
Simplest form, I guess.
Yeah. Well, isn't that what a zygote is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Yeah, but
our body's made up of cells. Our skin.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But what I was saying is that the consensus in biology is that life starts from fertilization, and like in terms of human life, like personhood is kind of just a kind of a philosophical term that's arbitrary, really, for pragmatic purposes. But biologically, we're looking at a new life at the start of like fertilization. And I'm happy to grant that as a pro-choice advocate.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But
I hate to, but there is an intruder on the stage interrupting you to tell Carlos that a baby in a vagina uterus is not an intruder. You fucking wanker, tosser, fucking moron. Learn how to use the King's English and not call a baby an intruder. That's when someone breaks into your home to molest or kill you or rob you. That's a fucking intruder, Carlos. You fucking tosser. You fucking wanker.
Okay, I didn't know he was going to do that. Where did Mr. Nippa go?
I don't know. She jumped out.
The fuck?
Thanks, man. If he wants to produce an argument for that, I'm happy to hear it.
Sure. I'll invite him back up, I guess.
I'm looking at the Oxford Dictionary under the word intruder. It says that Carlos is the definition of an R-word who can't distinguish between what an intruder is and a pregnancy. Dumb fucks don't even know what a baby is and a uterus anymore. What you do is you take a penis and you stick it in a vagina, you ejaculate. You don't articulate, you ejaculate, not articulate, and then you make a baby. And it's not called an intruder, Carlos. You fucking tosser.
Baby. It's a baby. Alistair's a notorious troll. He's a notorious troll. He's just up here to troll you guys. He's not a serious dude. I've had like several conversations with him. It's all about the babies being born to Muslim men.
How dare you tell me that I'm a troll? That's a projection if I've ever heard one. You're the fucking troll, troll!
Yo, dude, Alistair, chill out, dude, come on. Can you explain this thing?
The babies.
You gotta say the babies. something to do with privacy and not murder, people don't understand the definition of fucking murder anymore. When you take a fucking robot and stick it inside of a uterus and cut off the head, rip the fucking arms off, rip the fucking legs off, dissect the torso, suck it out into a fucking tube and put it in an oil barrel, well, that's called fucking decapitation and murder. It's not a late-term abortion. It's not an early-term abortion. It's fucking murder, mate. It's not a fucking invasion. It's not an intruder. It's not a robbery. It's not a home invasion. It's not an invader, Carlos. Learn how to use your English correctly. Stop forcing your fucking bullshit on us by calling a baby an intruder. We've got to protect the babies. We've got to love the babies. If we can't love a baby, how can we love ourselves? How can we love God if we hate a beautiful, innocent little baby?
Little babies.
I recently wrote a hit song called Babyface. You know what a babyface looks like, Carlos? It doesn't look like somebody robbing your house, mate. It's a baby. We've got to protect the babies.
It's an analogy, dumbass.
An analogy, dumbass? Are we talking about the philosopher Dumas? Because I'm not a dumbass. At least I know what a fucking baby is, you fucking wanker.
Yeah, at least I know what an analogy is.
An analogy? Something analogous? Like an analog? A comparative paraphrase? Listen, you fucking wanker. You think a baby's an intruder if a woman determines that her reproductive rights are not violated? You fucking tosser.
Violated? Our rights violated? They don't have no rights in England. The Queen, the King.
Well, I don't hear Carlos fighting back saying, okay, well maybe I was using my words wrong, incorrectly describing things through an analogy. No, Carlos just sits there in silence. Carlos's greatest weapon is his silence. He's gonna let off the fool.
This is what you resolved it to. See, this is your problem.
Check this out.
Oh my God, that was so funny. The Jewish fucking Long Island Haiti. She almost did the Haiti. That was insane. Oh my God, that just made me laugh. Oh my God, I almost cried.
Megatron, could you maybe explain what you're laughing at? Could you maybe explain to Carlos all that's so funny?
You did the Jew with the British accent. I thought that was fucking classic, man. How the fuck are you gonna do the Jew with the British accent? Oh my God. That was great. Oh my God. Who was that guy that used to do the old Jewish lady's voice again? Oh my God, that guy was great too. He was a gay guy. He was so funny. You guys are hysterical. I don't want to know.
Could you imagine going out to dinner with your fiancée and she tells you that she's got an intruder inside her uterus?
Yeah, I don't know how you call a baby an intruder, but I guess, what he's trying to say is that high profile. They weren't expected.
You know what annoys me the most? You're all going to hell.
We go.
Hello?
Good day.
It's all about the baby.
Seriously, Don, for crying out loud.
Hey, I know you.
From Instagram?
You have an Instagram? Hey, I know you.
The thing you're being choked by, your YouTube creator is suing Amazon because he's saying that Amazon uses YouTube video to train their AI on
close to the same thing. So I'm just moving one piece of furniture to the middle of the working my way out. Goal right now is to get this done. For the girls, I'm gonna get this prepared so after they eat, they can start taking baths and get prepared for bed because they got work tomorrow, they got school tomorrow. So hopefully, I'm still on good timing here. So hopefully, leave a little bit to overtime here. That's it. I'm using a marathon roller, polyester for superior finish. A Purdy roller, very smooth roller, with a short, very short handle or extension, so we can apply pressure on the roller as we're applying the paint to the wall. So remember, guys, to use a 3/8 snap so we don't get too much of the splatter. Very little splatter with a 3/8 snap. And if you know what the fuck you're doing and you're not a fucking tool, you can actually get something done. I'm sorry, did I curse? My bad. And yes, I use a 3/8 knot only on walls because I'm a fucking hack. And I don't need to use such a big paintbrush on such a, paint roller on such a smooth surface.
Remember this horrific video from camera.
I think, yeah, you have to apply less paint. On the roller, it's fine and dandy, but then sometimes you put a little too much.
Virginia just
and it gets a little messy.
Murder and some other felonies for the crime that happened in Sterling, Virginia, back on July.
This is professional here, so I'm not putting any protection on the floor or anything. I'm kind of fucking winging it right now. I want to be cleaning shit up.
$1 million fund to build
up all the dads out there
across the city.
We'll use the 3/8 knot.
City plan that uses federal
Make sure the final coat
investment to expand housing options.
We're using the same roller as before. Get the good paint where you don't have to, where you just do 2 coats, where you don't have to apply a primer.
Well, the city is making a...
You don't have to put a different color primer for coloring walls. I have to paint it twice. Those myths are nothing but a lie. If you want to use a different paint to get the paint color, chances are you're probably going to paint the under one so good that you might have to paint it even more times to get the color through. So, if you're painting the color, just paint it right on.
What's your age?
I'm 18.
Are you
the surface no need for a different color paint. Babe, I'm on a rolling tutorial right now. Guys that don't know how to roll paint. Are you single? Yes. That are kind of useless. Yeah. Already established or one that's building?
Both are fine. I would be fine going to that. Like, as they're working.
I didn't paint the light switch.
Shoot for the stars and get the man who's already up there. We're in Miami. You're young.
Me too.
Oh.
Me too. So that's not what it's all about.
No.
And I love money, but like I can get it myself.
So what would you say it's about when it comes on to relationships?
When it comes down to relationships, honesty, that's so sappy. No. Probably
What's one thing men don't seem to understand about women?
is that we're not able
That's right, guys.
to
You came in,
communicate.
to put the fucking blower on.
Would you say that men
So that blows
are taking accountability?
What came in on the conversation as well
So, what do you think is just, I forgot one, I'm just listening right now. Michelle, we just trying to make sure that y'all get a chance to speak, because we going back and forth. Don't want to take.
Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy of abundance and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, then not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, president of the world. America, 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 America. Just as long joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the magic chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, president of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe. Donald Trump, president of the world, America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the magic chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, president of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, president of the world. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, president of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe. Donald Trump, president of the world, America, America, America. USA, USA, USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. circles, they don't want to stop. Took that first sip, time slowed in the chair. Heard my body laughing from an empty air. Lights up, oh hallelujah, floating like a dream in a boat so deep. Lights up, oh hallelujah, one good spoon and I could almost sweet. Oh yeah, lights up, oh hallelujah, salt on my lips, on my troubled sleep. Lights up, oh hallelujah, this is what my hungry heart believes. So find faith in mountains, some in stars above me. I find my miracle in chicken hallelujah, floating like a dream in a boat so deep. Hallelujah, every little sip like a secret key. Hallelujah, from the day straight to my soul tonight. Hallelujah, one more bowl and everything's alright. Corner deli, rain in the gutter, steam on the glass, coach by the door. Bell gives a ring, old man mutters, kid, you look thin, you could use one more. Counter's crowded, paper hat crooked, he winks once like he's in on a joke. I got just a thing, yeah, the minute he said it, I could smell that magic rising in the smoke. What's really on my head? Stack it up high. What's in that bag? Tears in my eyes. They go on the side and salt. Pride, pride. This is what it means to be alive. What's really on my head? What's really on my head? Slow like a family story. Leans and clothes, this one's on me. Says his father came here with nothing. Built this counter like a little country. Red still warm from the back room oven. Grease on my hands, shirt get a stain. One big bite and the whole world's off the subway. Worries all go down the drain. What's really on my head? Stack it up high. What's in that bag? Tears in my eyes. Pick up the side, it's all right, right. This is what it means to be alive. What's really on my head? What's really on my head? Maybe it's the smoke, maybe it's the pride, maybe it's the ghost standing in the light. But I taste old songs in every bite, like somebody's blessing every crumb tonight. What's really on my head? Shake it up high. What's in that body? Tears in my eyes. They go on the side of the soul. Pride, pride. This is what it means to be alive. What's really on my head? One more time. What's really on my head? What's really on my head? Shadows whisper truth as the baseline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is retained, no soul is claimed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the silence, let the silence down. Your will, unflight, life, be still. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow. Clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no time. Speed and sink, every way perfect. On the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pause, every spark is a perfect way. Thou hast no right but to do thy will.
close where I choose to stay. Trust is the bridge where hearts collide. No fear, no sin, no way to live. And the sweetness whispers no fire burn like passion wire. No losing through like hatred guile. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers stop, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Cries, its constant claim, but all to truly see. The weight is senseless free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peace, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it break. Every ache, every quake. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. He cries, its constant cling. But all You will find. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beast emerges, the gods withdraw. The storm of silence, a broken law. Open, I am born to death, reborn on the horn of a unicorn. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, cloud is the smoke. Your arrows and slinging, the screams tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. Through the shroud, through the cloud, where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive. To the mountain panic alive. By the rage of the night, I am my soul, my fire, and sky. Through the midnight, last we spoke. You are alone, light sea whispers low to the shore. Soul of the moon, pulling tides evermore. Your swoon into me like a spell, like a door. Tonight we can't quite stop. By the rage of the night, I am home, I am home. Fire in the sky, I am home. Through the midnight madness we spoke. You lied, Sentinel pine on the cliff clings tight. A silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame. By the force of the passion of love, I collide. Through the shroud, through the cloud, where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive. I survive. To the mountain, volcanic light. By the rain. Time unfolds, but never ends. Fingers trace the edge of fear. Your voice lingers, sharp and clear. Winds will howl, the earth will quake. Promise held, a vow won't break. Though I try, though I choke, no matter when or where, I'm in this truth. Breathing in the new air, breathing out the proof. One heartbeat on repeat, feels like it never moves. In a single thought, 10,000 years, I am right here, emptiness here. Emptiness there, still even a universe stands always before my eyes. Always before my eyes. Infinitely large, infinitely small, I reach to draw a line. Every time I name it, it slips right through my Infinitely small, infinitely wide. Where do I end? Where do I hide? Definitions crumble, they slip away. The truth is here, it doesn't sway. Thought that bends, a moment stays. No time, no space, no numbered days. 10,000 years in a single beat. Infinity stands beneath my feet. No boundaries, no lines to trace. The universe stares me in the face. Beyond the stretch, beyond the fray, no more labels, no more names. Here and there, they all stay, the infinite places, endless escape. The sweet is love like streams. No sound, no splinter dreams. The sky falls inward, the stars lean blue. When doubt arises, say not to. All things merge, nothing is new. Not two, not one, nothing divine. In this truth. A single thought stands endless. 10,000 whispers, one single law. No ashes, no seas. His song has its seed. Timeless essence in space. No entanglements, no race. Stillness moves, motion stays. Oneness speaks in endless ways. 10,000 flows the river's dance. Grains of time slip through my hands. No need to measure, no need to buy. Self is timeless outside the mind. No cosmos ties, no truth, no lies. Release the weight. This cosmos speed. No entanglements, no race. Stillness moves, motion stays. Oneness speaks in endless ways. Dreams and flowers hang in the sky. Reach to hold them, they float on by. Grasping shadows, it makes no sense. The weight of nothing feels so immense. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no
What's the gain? What's the cost? And all this judgment we're just lost. Lines are drawn in the sand so thin. We chase the end, but they fall back in. The weight we carry, it bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours or mine? What's the point of the walls we build? Do they protect or get us killed? Chains of thought, they hold us down. We spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost? In all this judgment, we're just lost. Distinctions crack like brittle glass. Separations of fleeting mask. Let the burdens fall. Let the echo cease. Only in freedom can we find peace. Chains of thought, they hold us down. Bird we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost? In all this judgment, we're just lost. Shadows dance where the mind is tight. Truth cuts deep where the echoes collide. The air is heavy, the water's unclear. No compass, no guide, just a sea of fear. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost in all this judgment? We're just lost. Lines are drawn in the sand so thin. We chase the ends, but they fold back in. The weight we carry, it bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours or mine? What's the point of walls we build? Do they protect or get us killed? Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost in all this judgment? We're just lost. Distinctions crack like brittle glass. Separations of fleeting mass. Let the burdens fall, let the echoes speak. Only in freedom can we find peace. Find peace. The river flows where it may, not fast, not slow. No fear in its waters, no path to follow. The stone sits still, no need to grow. Rush like the wind, chasing the sky. Stumble, we fall, we ask ourselves why. Let it be, let it stay. The great waves, neither easy nor great, no coming, no going, just here today. Cling to nothing, not even the dawn. The tighter you grip, the quicker it's gone. Even the light casts a shadow long. The faster you run, the further you stray. The slower you go, the closer you stay. Let it be, let it stay. Great waves, neither easy nor great, no coming, no going, just here today. The river flows where it may, not fast, not slow. No fear in its waters, no path to follow. A stone sits still, no need to grow. But we rush like the wind, chasing the sky. We stumble, we fall, we ask ourselves why. Let it be, let it stay. The great waves, neither easy nor great. No coming, no going, just here today. a path if no one's walking there? A mirror reflects, yet it's hollow inside. The world turns outward, but it spins from the mind. You think it's here, you think it's you, but every shadow swallows true. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. The tree falls silent when no one hears. Time slips sideways, it disappears. Each one a circle with a voice born. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. Look at the edge of what you know. It's not an end, it's just a glow. Inside the silence, the echo rings. You are the subject, you are the thing. Between the here and there, a hollow breath fills the air. The clock forgets to take its time. This world unravels line by line. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence.
Face, it holds no face. A shapeless thought, a nameless space. No before, no after, no divide. The stillness grows, it opens wide. Where does it end? Where does it start? When there's no thought, no beating heart. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we revolve. Thinker sinks into the stream. The dreamer wakes from the dream. Nothing to cling to. Nowhere to fall. No sun, no shadow. No shadow. You'll finally be free. I see
Why did you bring up Iraq? We're talking about Israel. We're talking about Ted. He's getting roasted.
I want to get to Israel. I want to be.
I want to get to speak to Ted. Why are you coming in the middle? I thought he was only 10 seconds, bro. Calm down. It's not your room, Muhammad. Okay. I gave you enough respect. Thank you. Because of your name, I respect it. Because of the name of the Prophet. Thank you. This is a mere show. This is a mere show. Can I yes. Okay. Can you tell me which
or I just wait?
Yes. Which children do you support? Go on.
So, if I'm supporting this side, or I'm not supporting that side, I'm your enemy, huh? This is how we think?
No.
This is how we
are. What children did you address earlier? What children did you said earlier that you support? You bad? Feel bad for the
matter.
I need to know.
Clean your heart from hate.
I need to know. I need to know.
Being victim of
I need to know. I need to know.
So why you are? I hope you are not a CIA agent.
Can you go respond? Can you respond? What children you said earlier? You feel bad for the Israeli children.
I said in every corner of Middle East they're gonna have a problem. And those
I wasn't talking about that. I'm talking about Israeli children. You can imagine Israeli children.
You never get in my country.
I want you to clarify.
And you are dictating your opinion to my head.
Yes, no, I'm not dictating. I'm asking you I'm asking you a question. When you said Israeli mothers, you feel bad for the Israeli mothers. Can you please elaborate on that?
Why is this a yes or no question, sir?
No, can you elaborate?
Are you judge? Are you FBI?
No, I'm not judge. Can you elaborate on that?
You keep insulting me for my opinion.
Can you elaborate on that?
I had a very bad experience from my wartime with Iraq. And
you gotta
gotta stop stealing neighbor's Wi-Fi. We can't even hear you, bro. I think you gotta stop being a thief. Stop being a thief, Ted.
I understood that people never want any war. Especially if you're secular, educated, well-educated person.
Hold on, zero, please, hold on.
Here is this. It's a very
forget money. No money. I want to talk to you. This is my room. This is my show. Okay? Forget money.
You are dictating your power over me.
Because this is my room.
Dictating your power over me.
You're in my room. You're in my room. Okay?
Just because I'm your guest, you have a right to insult me? I'm here.
No. This is my room. I'm gonna control what's gonna be spoken in this room. Okay? Question for you. When you said you feel bad for the Israeli mothers, elaborate on that.
I feel sorry for every single children anywhere on the globe.
No. You said Israeli mothers.
So do you think the Israeli mothers really want
You
to
said Israeli mothers earlier, before you left, before I called you Kafir.
Why I'm Kafir?
Before I called you Kafir, I need to know, elaborate on that, I'll take the Kafir.
Do you have any idea about the terms that you're using?
Yes, I have idea. I'm Muslim, alhamdulillah. Yes, I'm
You
Muslim.
can ask Munir. If you say that kind of stuff in Pakistan or Middle East, they will kill you, man.
No, they won't kill you. They usually exile nowadays in
Ask
Pakistan.
him. You never be my religion.
Ten. I'm Muslim. I'm Sunni. Okay?
It doesn't matter who you are. You're not practicing it.
Yes, I'm
You're not
practicing
practicing it.
I'm a practicing Muslim. My question again to you.
Why you don't do US then?
Elaborate.
If you want to go to jihad, go to Qatar.
This guy. Ted, I asked you a question. You made a statement earlier. You said you feel bad for the Israeli mothers. You did not mention Palestinian mothers. You did not mention Iraqi mothers. You did not mention Iranian mothers. You did not mention Lebanese mothers. You only mentioned Israeli mothers. You feel bad for their... And you said secular society. I'll give you stats. Majority of those motherfucking Israelis, they support the war with Iran. Majority of these motherfuckers, 82% of Zionists, scumbags, terrorists, Jews, secular, non-secular, they support kicking Palestinians out of Gaza. I'll provide you a survey on that. The 56% of Zionists, Israeli, terrorists, Jews, they support...
We have to kill all of them. We have to kill...
You said you feel bad for the Israeli mothers. I'm addressing what you said and the way I understand it. I'm not going to sit here and give you extra couple minutes so you can bark. You're not willing to bark. When I give you a chance to when I give you a mic, you don't want to respond. So shut the fuck up and now sit back and rest your neck and listen to what I'm about to say. Multiple surveys were done. In 2016, the Zionist terrorist motherfucking Jews, they wanted to kick 48% of them, they wanted to kick Arabs out of Israel. The recent survey, 2025, 50, yeah, you see, ran away like a little bitch he is, motherfucker.
Amir, he said something real big, you didn't even realize it. He said, I had a bad time at the Iran-Iraq war. Then he says, I feel bad for Israel. He doesn't even realize that Israel is what fucked up both of our countries.
100%. This fucking Bruni, I don't know where the fuck which hole did he crawl out from?
No, I know he's trying to be passionate and stuff and be like, oh yeah, I love humans and shit, but he's doing it really wrong.
But why does he mention only Israeli mothers? There's mothers from Palestinian mothers, the Lebanese mother, Iraqi mothers, Iranian mothers, Lebanese mother. Why is mentioned one mother? Go on, Muhammad, you like to defend the wrong people. Go on. At the wrong time, you come off the fucking mic. Go on, respond. Go on. You do this every time. You did it with earlier when I was going back and forth with Coco, and you knew exactly where the conversation was going. You just came off the fucking mic.
Fuck Coco. I didn't even...
Go on, defend this idiot, the retard that was here. Go and defend him.
Bro, did you hear what he said?
Give me the fucking argument what he was speaking about. Go on. Elaborate what he said, Israeli mothers. Go on, elaborate on that.
I'm not defending that.
No, I want you to tell me what the fuck this fucker was talking about when he said Israeli mothers.
I have no idea what he meant.
I can explain.
Amr, let me check something. Amr, one thing, maybe you know or not, there's a thing going on since yesterday. That is, do you know, in the Apple Maps, they have
change the names of the whole Lebanon area via Israeli speaking. Yeah. They have taken over. They've changed the names. So if you open on Google on Apple Maps, you won't be seeing the names of those cities anymore.
Can I talk about this, Amir? Habibi.
Yes, speak. Manir, is this actually real? So if I check mine out,
I just saw it today.
Sorry.
It's real.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So what happened to
Say
this
number 4, by mayoral proclamation, I declare we remove all no parking codes on street signs that eliminate parking on
mothers
residential streets in
of
Chicago.
Israeli soldiers? What happened? Amir, you need to know something very important. It doesn't happen one day. 20 years ago, Netanyahu started this with so many different techniques. They started some show like, as I mentioned before, like in the UK we call it "Come Dine with Me." It was Befarmoid Sham. You know, they started to attract so many followers. Yeah. So over 20 years, they started to put Israel as a friend, not as an enemy. So they are trying very, very hard, and literally there are so many people who are in that trap. That they are asking Netanyahu to invade their country. So right now, you've heard one person who's saying something silly, and you are sad. But we are hearing this million times from different people who are asking, who are begging them to bomb Iran. Who are they? They are out of Iran. They don't know what is bomb. They are asking them to kill their own people to get freedom, which is not going to happen never ever by bomb. So I want to, I mean, don't worry at all. These people are just brainwashed. You have problem, yeah? You've seen Iran and Iraq war. It was horrible. Yeah, you are right. You need to reform, change, beat by beat your country to be better and better and better. Takes time. In Middle East, being a little bit better takes 10 years. It is, having freedom of speech or social freedom takes time in Middle East. These people who came to London, who came to United States, they want to have this kind of freedom in Iran with bombing. So look at us. Look at, we are in LA. We are so free. We can go to OnlyFans. We can do so many things. Why Iranian cannot do this? So let's bomb them. Let's kill half of them. Let's nuke them. And after that, they will be free. That's the time you can have a freedom.
Mohammed, you asked 2 points. Let me answer you. First of all, you said that it was the Iranian people outside Iran wanting USA to attack Iran. That's truly false, because I know a lot of people, not even watching on social media. Me personally, watching people in the streets that they were chanting for America to come and attack. In the first day of the attack, there's videos of people actually being happy that USA attacked Iran. This is your first point. Second point, you mentioned that it takes 10 years in the Middle East to get better bit by bit.
So I don't understand. So people are asking to bomb them.
Haven't you not seen that?
No, Iranian people.
Iranian people inside of Iran.
Inside of Iran.
Yes.
Oh, they are chanting.
Yes.
So who are going to have a human chain around the, for example, power plants? Who are these people?
You know what people in Iran assume when they chant USA to bomb them? They assume that USA will only hit the places of the officials.
War is not a game. You cannot.
It's not a game, but what
it's
they
not a Photoshop.
what they
You
assume,
just eliminate one part and
what
don't
they-
touch the other part.
Yes, Muhammad, but many of them didn't experience the reality of war like
exactly.
like our parents or grandparents did during the Iraq or Iran war, right?
So
but
they
now that
see
many of them, yeah,
Iran and
yeah,
Iraq,
one second,
so-
yeah, not many of the young people haven't experienced war in Iran. They don't understand the reality of war. But now I feel like a lot of them that have experienced the reality of war, they have changed their mind, of course. But initially, yes, we know that domestically, forget the diaspora, within the country, we did have this tragic situation where a lot of young people in the country, because they were desperate and because of their emotions following the January protests and massacre, they did invite the war. Right? This was not good, but we can't deny this reality. This did happen. A lot of Iranians did.
It happened by propaganda out of Iran. You know, people like Muhammad, they are out of Iran. They are trying very hard to show some fake videos, fake lifestyle to Iranian people that see they don't have anything. We have everything here. I would just compare one thing in Iran that maybe all you agree, all Iranian. You know, Iranian healthcare is 10 times better than a country like UK.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Way cheaper. So, but people who are in London not showing this NHS is impossible. You know, healthcare in the UK is impossible. If you want to see a doctor, it takes 6 months. In Iran, it takes 6 minutes. In 6 minutes in Iran, in Iran, in 6 minutes you can find the best doctor, and you can go there, and most of them are either free or very cheap. So, what was the problem with some people, some young people? They saw so many videos, Habibi Amir, so many lifestyle. They thought maybe if United States come there and bomb them, tomorrow they will buy Bugatti because United States bring them. This is their technique. This is their propaganda. I remember one video because you mentioned Amir about these Israeli people. You know, one time Netanyahu was trying very hard to show Iranian people that they are very good with water. They said, "Oh, do you want to have the fresh water? Because in some part of the year, Iran didn't have enough fresh water."
The Mayoral
They started to
Proclamation
say,
and Decree
"Do
Essential
you want to have
Autopilot.
water? We can make it for you."
Faculties
So
no
that
record
was,
Senate
you know,
will be
some people
permanently
in
closed
Iran,
down.
they
Land
thought,
server
"Oh,
developers
that's
and
perfect.
scam
Maybe Israel
papers
can
with
attack us
seasonal
and kill us
terms. Chicago is
and bring
over.
us
Can I make a quick comment here? Sorry. So what you're talking about
The Mayoral
is
Proclamation and Decree will
which is,
all no
yes, I
parking
agree
codes
with you,
on
but
street
also we
signs
have
that
to look at
eliminate
the root
parking
of the
on
problems.
residential streets.
The root of the
in
problems were
Chicago.
things like the sanctions. People in Iran were living in very difficult financial situations, right? The middle class is basically getting destroyed in Iran. People are either becoming very rich and the rich are exploiting the poor further, and people are becoming very, very poor, right? So it's not just the sanctions, but also the corruption. Corruption has been getting worse and worse in Iran also. Just think about VPN and the use of internet for Iranians. Do you know how much money is Iranian people get exploited for just to buy VPNs so that they can access different social platforms or internet platforms? What has the government done to deal with that? Nothing. If anything, they actually
How much is it, Danish?
And within the country, I think
The Danish, you're talking about before war or after war?
No, before the war.
Before the war, we had internet was blocked before war.
No, just like Iranians have to.
So you are talking about the war. So there is a war because the war.
No, I'm talking before the war.
No, we're talking about. I think Danish is talking about before. How much is it, Danish?
I'm not
right
sure
now it's
because
very expensive. But it was
now it's even more expensive because people are even exploiting it even now further, right? But even
Now it's
before
very
the war, they were already.
But
Look,
you
I'm
cannot
talking
blame
about.
the internet that you already attacked them.
No, hold on a second. Hold on.
No, I'm talking.
I'm going to go back and forth with Danish. Danish, do you agree that there are countries, right, including Israel, a disgusting Zionist criminal state, has bombed the cell phone towers and whatnot in Gaza during the conflict or whatever you want to call it, during the genocide? That way nothing comes out of Gaza. You agree, right? So there's other countries as well. Ethiopia has done it in the past. Other countries have done it. It's about, I think, like 5 or 10 countries have done it in the past, including America has, I think, it's a martial law. What is it? Something in the books for what I'm hang on a second, hang on. Let me just land my point. So what I'm saying is during the wartime or any type of threats coming in from outside, and internet gets being used. Like the leader of Iran got assassinated using internet, and internet can be used to control the drones. So that's where it's a country's security. I know I don't support it, right? I condemn it, but it's a country's national security.
Okay, I understand. But I'm not talking about during the war, even during the protests. I'm just talking in general, right? What's funny is Iranian people technically have access to the internet, but they have to still purchase these VPNs or certain things to be able to access certain platforms, right? To kind of, I don't know, it's ridiculous. It's just like people have to, when you go into the details and how it is, it's just ridiculous that people are simply just getting exploited, basically, by corrupt people. Right? But anyway, regardless of that, I'm just saying the corruption in Iran has also been a root problem for people's dissent in the country. Right. And the hypocrisy by the people in leader. During these, at least this decade, the last decade, and especially the one before, a lot of leaders got exposed for sending their children and their families living in foreign countries and enjoying, this, like you said, Mohammed, foreign, their luxury lives, and their videos came out, their information came out, their details about their lives came out, while the very regime and the very leaders would make children in the country chant death to Israel, death to America, these sanctions are all America, when people experience these realities, naturally speaking, they will just resent the government. They will hate the government, because hypocrisy is one of the most difficult things to deal with as a human being, right? So let's talk about the root problems. It's not as simple as what people, what the symptoms are now. The root problems. Why did people become like this? Why did we have people literally such extreme options? To such extreme paths? Why did the bombing of their own country? This is a tragedy, but to just blame it on the people simply, I don't think it's as simple as that, right? We have to think about the experiences, really, the true experiences living in Iran with all the conditions, with all the factors. And yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Let's think about the root problems, not just the symptoms.
Let's think about the roots. Yeah, you're right. So why people are not happy? Because of economy, isn't it? Why Iranian economy is not as good as it should be? Because of sanction. Who put sanctions on Iran? Oh, United States. Trump said, I am making them suffer to not have any US dollar, and then I will invade them. Do you really believe that Iran, 40 years, they started to kill anyone, and they wanted to suffer people? The root is sanction. The root is sanction. I'm with you with one thing, corruption. I've seen corruption with my eyes. Corruption is very, very, very bad in Iran. I've seen so many people, they do nepotism, they send their children in institutes or organization that they want to be hired there. I'm with you in corruption. We need to fight against corruption very much. I'm with you. But right now, we are in the war. Yeah? You cannot just go around and find, we are paying for VPN. The country is horrible. So before war, at least so many platforms were open. You didn't need to use VPN. How we can solve this problem once forever is first.
Well, Mohammed, I think just not buy that VPN in the first place. If nobody buy the service, they will eventually go bankrupt. Yeah.
Okay. So, may I ask Hamid a question, please, and then leave? Is that possible?
No. You may not. I am not going to give you mic today. You did not want to answer my questions, or shut the fuck up. Anyways, we can carry on. Muhammad, the VP situation. Look, shut it. I offer limited freedom of speech, motherfucker. It's literally one of the rules on my house. Limited freedom of speech. Limited falls, meaning I allow whoever I want to allow. So, Muhammad, I think what it is this is what I tell a lot of people from the Iranian side, that why not blame the sanctions first and then the leadership second?
That's it.
But then, Muhammad, you know what I get to hear from the other side? I get to hear that if the Iranian regime actually wanted to remove the sanctions, they could have done it. For 47 years of the regime. That's what I tried looking into it. I know. I tried looking into through the AI.
Go and see the Prime Minister of Oman one night before the attack. He said Iranians are ready to give up everything because they are ready to negotiate with missiles. But they didn't want to have this. Honestly, Iran was trying very hard not to go to the war. Right now, Iran won the war, and some people come in and say, "Oh, see, you wanted this war, didn't you?" No, of course they did. They were prepared for this war, but they didn't want it. How we can solve the rules, as Danish said? First is sanction. First is war. First of all, we need to stop the war.
Central Autopilot Family Resource Working Center will be permanently closed down. The land sold to developers, the scam, bait, and switch seasonal train in Chicago is over. The Mayor's proclamation and decree will remove all no parking tolls on street signs of Moonlight parking on residential streets in Chicago.
In a favor of the people. I'm here just talk about Iran and United States war. And I'm trying to make this war stop. But after this war, we need to back and do some changes. Like this corruption, Danish said, is very important. We shouldn't tolerate any corruption as Habibi. In Islam, corruption is a huge...
Donald Jackson is a communist. Truth is a tyrant.
So we need to fight with corruption. We need to fight with nepotism. In Iran, some people they are misunderstanding something between corruption and nepotism. So we've seen with our own eyes that they put their children in so many high organizations.
Yeah, no, I agree, but nepotism exists everywhere, even in America. By the way, for anybody that doesn't know what nepotism means, it means that, favoring somebody that you know or close to you or whatever, your family member or whatever, getting them the job first and then...
In Iraq, we call that vitamin N.
It happens in America, it happens in Canada, because I'm American and Canadian, and I've seen this happen. So let's say, I'll give you my example. So my brother in Canada was managing a pretty huge store, right? And I was looking for a job. I could not find one. I got hired at a different shop. It was like a meat store, whatever. I sold meat, and whatever. And then I didn't feel comfortable because they were selling pork or whatever. I worked for about a week and then I left because it's haram as well. Dealing with pork. And so I asked my brother. He said, "We don't really have a job, but I can make a space for you." So he rearranged his schedule and he got me on board. And he was a manager. That's a true example of nepotism, and it happens a lot, right? And so I would not say that it only happens in Iran. We can't generalize it, right? I'm sure there's good people in Iran. There's some bad apples. Bad apples exist in every community. There's good apples and bad apples. And, people, there's some people that are still working there, even, without even, going through the nepotism road.
So, getting a job at a store is very, very different from putting the other people in fucking danger to getting bombed and saving your own. It's not as bad.
That's what I'm saying, Zero. It's the situation in Iran. I don't even know if the ceasefire, so-called ceasefire, is going to hold. So American position is that Iran is violating ceasefire. Iran position is no, we're going to hold the ceasefire. Now I don't know. I mean, and then Trump gave out a threat that he's going to put a block on Strait of Hormuz. And we know Strait of Hormuz will affect Iranian economy. It will affect the Iranian people. What comes in and goes out, they're going to have a problem. So in return, I think Iran would probably bomb the shit out of their ships, right? The warships or whatever the fuck they're going to plant in the water. Me as an American, I don't support this fucking war, right? And majority of Americans, 80% of them do not support this war with Iran.
Well, Amir, I will just say that unfortunately, from what I saw videos of the CPAC conference, there are still, unfortunately, a big amount of people who are in this cult-like worship of the MAGA party, or honestly, not even the MAGA party, more just the Trump party.
If you can make it.
I've been on Mount Everest. From Nepal, I've been on Mount Everest. You know that's a large.
So
number
what's your
one.
ethnicity? I didn't get it.
Biggest, I go based on my Muslim identity. I'm not nationalistic. I don't really give two fucks about the borders because a lot of the countries are made up by the British. I don't really care.
Where were you born?
was born on Clubhouse. I was established on Clubhouse. My existence came on Clubhouse about 5 years ago.
I'm telling you, he was born from Nepal. He was born in Nepal.
I'll tell you this more, Muhammad, because the Zionists, they wanted to kill me, bro. So I'll just leave it at that. And even the Pahlavists, they want to kill me as well. And I'm located in Los Angeles. That's how I can very